session. Tila, are you with us or do I need to wait a second?
Yes, recording has started.
Okay, Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Mayor Baker,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember Shrevenick,
Here.
Councilmember File,
Here.
Councilmember Curtis,
Present.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, I noticed that he's an attendee.
Yeah, I just checked that. Okay, we'll give him a second.
Okay, thank you. Present. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right. If you will please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. And there's a couple of shuffles I want to do. Actually, before that, before the approval of the agenda, could we please have a moment of silence for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Thank you. Okay, there's a couple of items that need to be done something with here. First of all, off the consent agenda, I would really like to pull the resolution for Recovery Month. And that should go right after the approval of the agenda. And the other is the consent agenda is really in the wrong place. The consent agenda needs to be after citizen comments.
It is after citizen comment.
Immediately following.
Oh, okay.
Do you need a motion to that effect? I'm happy to so move.
Yeah, please do. The object of this is to get the consent agenda in the right place and the public hearing in the right place. So if you want to make a motion, that would be great. Councilmember Shrevenick.
Make a motion to move the consent agenda to immediately subsequent to citizen comments and remove the proclamation for Recovery Month to the to
The next item.
just before, yeah, the next item, just before citizen comments to be read into the record.
And I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the agenda will stand approved as modified. All right. Next item on the agenda, and you'll have to give me a minute here to get to it. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of one's overall health and wellness. And whereas prevention of mental and substance use disorders works, treatment is effective, and recovery is possible. And whereas recovery is a process that people recover in our local area and around the nation. And whereas preventing and overcoming mental and substance use disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas an estimated 400,000 people in King County are affected by these conditions. And whereas we must encourage relatives and friends of people with mental and or substance abuse disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs of a problem, and guide those in need to appropriate treatment and recovery support services. And Whereas we recognize 4 dimensions of recovery from mental health and substance abuse use disorders, health, home, purpose, and community. And whereas to help more people achieve and sustain long-term recovery in the U.S., the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, King County and Washington State, City of Kenmore, and County of King invite all residents of Kenmore, Washington to participate in National Recovery Month, September 2020. Now, therefore, I, David Baker, Mayor, City of Kenmore, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of Kenmore, Washington, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2020 as National Recovery Month. All right. Next item on the agenda is citizen comments. Tila, is there anybody wishing to be heard?
Yes, so I wanted to clarify that this is separate from comment period for the public hearing.
Not that I know of. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
from the public
Yeah.
hearing. Yes, absolutely.
So this is a 3-minute time limit about any topic. So I will call the first name on the list, Patrick O'Brien.
Hi there. Can you see me? Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. All right. Pat O'Brien, 6330 Northeast 181st Street. Is this well, I have a question. Can I comment on a proclamation I want to have made, an additional one for the month of September?
You can comment on whatever you choose to comment on. You've got the 3 minutes.
All right. Well, I'd like to see Mayor Baker do a proclamation on the no asphalt production during burn ban decree, and decreeing that it's in the public health interest not to have the asphalt plant or the concrete plant in operation during burn bans for the obvious reasons that the air quality during that time frame is a burden to the public health, and that to be a member of our society, one would think that the health of the public is the ultimate goal one can have, because if you don't have any customers, why make the asphalt? So I would love to see a proclamation by the City of Kenmore on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Nadia Silver.
Sorry about that. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And go. My name is Nadia Reyna Silver. I live at 18230 70th Lane Northeast, Kenmore, Unit 206, Kenmore, Washington, 98028. Firstly, I want to commend the efforts of Councilmember File, Carlincy, Marshall, and Deputy Mayor Herbig to stress upon the unnamed council members the importance, validity, impact, and necessary awareness of the distinct differences between equality versus equity in last week's council meeting. This meeting was to include amendments, if any, to the drafting for a proclamation of racism to be declared a major health crisis. Fantastically on display that night was the astounding quantity and quality of privileged disconnect within the ranks of the council. I, as a BIPOC single mother on public assistance who was born in and lives the lack of equity to this very minute in the most tangible, vulnerable, and literal sense, found it insulting that a council member would use an email An email to invalidate the definition, the scope, the difference, and impact my 38 years of tangible reality brings, and anyone else of my kind. I found it abhorrent that a council member themselves stating to be on the council 12 years would drag another council member's professional experience to further invalidate the need for the word equity. It's entirely demoralizing, dehumanizing, and disparaging that this entire conversation and my needing to address it even took place. So you want to talk definitions? Here's one from nationalhumanservices.org. Human services, broadly defined, approaches the objective of meeting human needs through an interdisciplinary knowledge base focusing on prevention as well as remediation of problems and maintaining a commitment to improving the overall quality of life of service populations. I am highlighting the word interdisciplinary. By definition, equality means the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. Equity means justice according to natural law or right, or the quality of being fair and impartial. It means that treating everyone the same in the pursuit of equality isn't, in fact, fair. When the less privileged are armed with resources that offer the same opportunities as their peers, fairness is achieved. In other words, equality is the end goal. Equity is the means to get there. Equity in order to reach equality. Council members with experience in this exact topic were attempting to inform you of the difference and were completely disregarded and invalidated. You want BIPOCs to trust you, but you won't do the work to show us the follow-through.
Thank you for your comments. Tracy Banishinsky. Tracy,
I think I'm here.
yes, we can hear you.
Start my video. Okay, there we go. My name is Tracy Banishinsky. I live in Kenmore. Last I came before you to speak on environmental issues. Australia and the Amazon were on fire. We had just had the lowest return of sockeye salmon on the Cedar River in recorded history, and our glaciers were melting at a rate of 3 feet per year. Despite some good environmental news since then, like the birth of southern resident killer whale Tahlequah's rainbow baby, we are now navigating a pandemic with roots in human encroachment on our remaining wild spaces while our climate continues to collapse. Governor Jay Inslee was right, I think, when he described the wildfires burning much of the American West and West Coast right now as climate fires. It remains abundantly clear to me that we must do everything we can to care for our environment in order to buffer ourselves from the worst effects of a rapidly changing climate. Response to the climate crisis centering the environment and frontline communities needs to happen on every level, including the local one. With that in mind, I have an ask of the council tonight involving our asphalt plant. Asphalt plants are known emitters of toxic air pollutants, and yet, as far as we know, the asphalt plant in Kenmore is not required to test emissions at the stack. Why do we allow the asphalt plant to operate under old permits when we know so much more now about the environment, climate, and public health? Are there other asphalt plants in our region that are allowed to operate with permits given 30 years ago? If no, why is Kenmore lagging behind? If yes, can Kenmore be a leader in holding our asphalt plant to modern environmental and public health standards despite current permitting loopholes? In an especially destructive feedback loop, air pollution not only contributes to climate change, but it is also exacerbated by it. Benzene, a volatile organic compound known to be in asphalt plant emissions, plays a significant part in the formation of ground level ozone, a corrosive air pollutant that damages plants and increases the severity of climate change. Benzene is also classified as a carcinogen by the EPA and has been linked to childhood leukemia. Benzene is only one of the many toxins known to come from asphalt plant emissions. I understand that the issue of the Kenmore asphalt plant's operation is complicated. This does not let any of us, however, off the hook. My ask is that you use your position and influence to do everything you can to get emissions testing at the stack. When we know for certain what is coming from this specific plant, we'll be that much closer to environmental justice in Kenmore. We all need clean air to survive. Thank you so much, all of you, for your service and commitment to Kenmore. I appreciate you all, and I look forward to working with you for a healthy, vibrant future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stacy. Are you there, Stacy?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, can you state your full name and where you
Stacy
live?
Valenzuela. I live at Lakewood Villa here in Kenmore, right on the Slough. And I'm first going to comment on this section in regards to the asphalt company. And I am really concerned about hearing that there are residents falling ill in the area of where the emissions are coming out in the neighborhood. This should have been a big concern when the council was notified and the complaints were filed over a year ago. And it really hurts that other organizations were not contacted to verify and test the emissions that are coming out to make sure that they are not doing damage to the neighbors in that area as well as our wildlife here. And I'm hoping that after tonight that the council will contact every area, whether it's ecology organizations in Washington, as well as I'm glad the air quality people are there as well, EPA, anybody that needs to come and test and verify that we're doing the best that we can in Kenmore to keep a healthy area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Victoria Grayland. Are you there, Victoria?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I would see my video, but somehow I can't. Okay. Last week, we had the worst air in the world. We don't really know what was in that air, but we do know it was more than just burnt trees. It was also burnt buildings and burned vehicles, and who knows what else. Last week, in the middle of this climate crisis, the Kenmore asphalt plant kept on making asphalt, as it has since 1972. And we have never known what is in the plant's emissions. The plant's permit does not require emission testing. When the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency creates a new permit for this plant, we need to require emission testing. We need to know what is in those fumes. Citizens have appealed to Representative Susan Delbenny's community liaison, Kelly Marquardt, for help with this issue. She shared an email she received from Puget Sound Clean Air Agency stating, quote, "The current air quality conditions do not provide the basis for us to require this source to curtail or cease operations. The provisions of that type of outcome are identified in the Washington Clean Air Act and are reserved for actions at the governor level. Such an action, if it were invoked, would most likely focus on the biggest sources first." End of quote. Well, I'd like to let Mr. Kenworthy and the council know that for the citizens of Kenmore, this is a huge source. I'd also like to suggest to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency and Mr. Kenworthy that as these air quality crises occur, there should be in your process a plan to reach out to the governor's office. Puget Sound Clean Air Agency should inform the governor's office, let them know there's dangerous air quality, and ask them to curtail or cease operations at this plant and other sources of dangerous emissions. And I'd like to ask the council to please find out if that is part of Peterson Clean Air Agency's process? And if not, ask them to please add that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Gerlin.
David Morton. David Morton.
I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with what's going on here. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live at 19934 Northeast Union Hill Road, Redmond. Many residents of Kenmore are smelling the unpleasant fumes of asphalt within a half-mile of Kenmore asphalt. When you notice an odor, that means you're breathing chemical vapors. Chemicals vary in their ability to produce odors, and people vary in their ability to smell odors. Smelling an odor doesn't tell how much exposure you have. It also doesn't tell you whether or not what you're smelling will cause health effects. In some cases, odors can be used to tell whether there's a problem that needs to be fixed. OSHA's website says that health effects from exposure to asphalt fumes include headache, skin rash, sensitization, fatigue, reduced appetite, throat and eye irritation, cough, and skin cancer. People who can smell the odors from Kenmore asphalt are being exposed to asphalt fumes, and their health, safety, and welfare are at risk. AP 42 is an EPA document which allows the amount of air pollution from industrial processes to be estimated. The estimates are valid only if the industrial facility uses the exact process and materials described in AP 42. The powerful odors from Kenmore asphalt indicate that the wrong process or materials are being used. Asphalt cement is the binder that holds hot mix asphalt, or HMA, together. If the facility uses cut back asphalt cement, then lots of stinky, toxic, and carcinogenic VOCs could be emitted from its stack. AP 42 assumes that performance graded or similar grade asphalt cement is being used. DOT tests the asphalt cement only when Kenmore asphalt is making HMA for a state highway. The facility's actual air emissions are never tested or monitored. The HMA process described in AP 42 does not allow for the addition of solvents during the process. If Kenmore Asphalt's plant operator decided to add diesel to the mix at any time, much of the diesel would boil off into the air, and the facility could emit thousands of times the permitted amount of air pollution. Kenmore Asphalt is on an honor system to follow the recipes in AP 42. Kenmore Asphalt could reduce VOC emissions to near zero by upgrading to an Aztec double-barrel dryer drum mixer. Kenmore Asphalt's air pollution can be substantially reduced by substituting safer processes, materials, and equipment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Jim Myers. Jim Myers, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Jim Myers and Elizabeth Mooney are on opposite computers. And
Okay.
so the question is, we are not sure whether or not we are being allowed to present the PowerPoint that we sent an email to council and Rob Carlindsey and we discussed on Friday. So prior to giving a 3-minute comment from either of us as individuals, would you mind clarifying whether we get the 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
To
or
my knowledge, you're not on the agenda, so please let's proceed with your 3 minutes.
Can I have clarification from we have it prepared.
That's okay.
Is that something that is going to go to?
That is clarified. You're not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes.
If I heard that from other people, does that mean that you're the, Mayor Baker, are you the only one saying no and the rest of the council wanted to hear it in advance of, since we went as a group to talk to Rob
There has
Kurlinski?
been no motion to bring this forward, and right now you are not on the agenda. You are on 3 minutes.
Okay, great. So then go ahead and start. So I am Elizabeth Mooney. I'm on another computer. My husband, Dr. James Myers, is prepared on the other computer and has a PowerPoint that would take approximately 8 minutes that the group of people in our community worked on and brought to Rob Kurlinski. So the most important thing, since I've been in contact a lot with Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, is to find out whether the council is going to allow us to give that. Other than that, I am supposed to read a letter because Kate Donaldson is not here. She has a baby. So I will take my 2 minutes and 19 seconds to read Kate's. Kate, I've lived across the street from Cadman Asphalt and Concrete for over 10 years. At first, the business seemed to be a bit of noise and odor nuisance. With each passing year, the noise and odor grew in strength to the point that it's almost impossible to enjoy my patio, which overlooks Lake Washington, Kenmore Air, and Cadman. Even with my doors and windows closed, the smell and grit seeps in, covering my bedroom, bedspread, as well as the clothing in my closet. The toxic brew seeps into my towels, and I can't help but notice the poisonous stench as I dry my body and hair. Now this odor isn't just in the air, it's all over me. The poison not only fills my lungs, it now covers my body. There are many odors that are unpleasant: sewage, rotting dead fish, but these fumes won't harm us. However, there are other odors that warn of danger: the smell of mold, natural gas, smoke, car exhaust, asphalt, all of which could poison and ultimately kill. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2017. I often wonder, could this be related to poisonous fumes? I am proud grandmother of 2 young children, 18 months and 3-day-old infant. Is this environment in Kenmore safe for their young lungs and brains? I don't want to take any chances since I live in the fumes, 300 yards from the Cadman. Last week, as I was heading off to work, Lower Queen Anne, at approximately 6 a.m., I was appalled to see yet another morning of the thick smoke covering our area from the fires in Washington, Oregon, and California. Adding insult to injury, Cadman was fired up and that asphalt chimney was pumping. When I arrived at my office, I tried to register a complaint using City of Kenmore's website, but became quite frustrated, as it is with Puget Sound Clean Air. There was no clear path that I could fill out a form. I'm considering putting my condo up for sale. However, I wonder if because Cadman has ramped up their production to this level, which means more noise, more poisonous asphalt exhaust, which is funneled directly toward me, will I get any offers? Will this toxic operation affect my property value? Who would want to live here? Respectfully submitted, Kate Donaldson. And my final question, if I only get these 14 seconds, is Richard Honor, Janet Hayes, Kate Donaldson, and Patrick O'Brien, what are they going to do if the permit that Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is working on waits for another year?
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Mooney. Rose?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Rose Hendricks. I live in Kenmore. I'm back again to discuss public safety services. Last week, it seemed like members of the council felt I was personally attacking Chief Moen. I have no issue with Chief Moen as a person. I don't know him, but he seems like a nice guy. I'm not out here to criticize individuals or because I enjoy confrontation or just to repeat talking points. I'm here because I care very deeply about this issue, and I'm upset that the substance of criticism doesn't seem to be being engaged with in good faith. To speak again to the relevance of events unfolding outside of Kenmore, everyone wants to believe that the system works and has our best interests at heart because it's comforting, and that means that we don't have to think about it. I want to believe that, but I haven't been given a reason to. Law enforcement can only be considered in solidarity with each other when it's convenient, such as for mutual aid, beneficial associations, and the concept of the thin blue line. I would like to push the council again to reallocate responsibilities from police officers. This is, again, not personal. The combination of extremely broad area of responsibility and thus many interactions and no functional accountability to the public good is one in which injustice is nearly guaranteed on a long enough timescale or when looking at a larger geographic area such as King County as a whole. Accountability is just starting to be addressed by I-940, and even then only at the very lowest bar of lethal force, and that's not what I'm here to talk about, but responsibility allocation is addressable here. Mental health services have come up several times, but what about wellness checks or noise complaints or traffic enforcement? We need counselors in schools, not cops. It wasn't that long ago that paramedic services were provided by officers and the survival rate was atrocious. This was not due to the fault of individual officers or to bad intentions. It was a structural problem, and it would be unimaginable now to go back to that. This would also better set up our officers for success in their interactions with the public. I can't imagine this has been a great year for them either. I'd also like to express my support for my fellow citizens who have been speaking up about the need for emissions testing at the asphalt plant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Finley, I believe that's Phyllis Finley. Finley, will you state your name and address for us? Finley?
Phyllis Finley, Kenmore. The topic of my comment tonight is Kenmore air quality and the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, which I will refer to as the agency. Over the past several years, I've assumed that citizens present public comments in order to persuade the council when there are differing and perhaps conflicting points of view. The very notion that I feel compelled to speak tonight dismays even me. Are there any citizens pleading with their council members to allow toxic chemicals to spew into Kenmore's environment? Isn't the expectation of clean air in Kenmore a given? Admittedly, I'm new to this topic. I'm the dream citizen as far as the asphalt plant owners are concerned. For years, I assumed that the white fluffy puff coming from the stacks was steam. Isn't that what they hope we believe? It never occurred to me to give it a second thought. This is Kenmore, the same Kenmore that prides itself on their LEED certified city hall, the same Kenmore that is protected, air quotes, by the agency. The emissions must be innocuous, right? Only recently have I learned the probable reality about the emissions. And if we aren't sure what is coming out of those stacks, shouldn't we find out? Why aren't we? Why is it easier for the asphalt plant to produce noxious emissions than it is for citizens to get relief from those emissions or even to file a complaint? I'm requesting the following 6 actions. 1, that the emissions being released from the stacks be analyzed for content. 2, that an analysis be completed as to the effect of the emissions on the environment, air, land, water, and all of its inhabitants. 3, that the asphalt company be required to comply with 21st century environmental standards. 4, that the city of Kenmore and the agency publish a matrix, an easy to read matrix, delineating exactly how a citizen can efficiently file a complaint without an unending runaround, and what actions that citizen can expect from the city and the agency as a result of such a filing. Number 5, the agency's website specifies, quote, every day we work to protect public health, improve neighborhood air quality, and reduce our region's contribution to climate change, unquote. I'm requesting that the Kenmore Council insist on specific answers from the agency as to exactly what they're doing to fulfill that mission. And finally, number 6, in the meantime, can we please change the heron banner on the stacks to read, if you see white plumes, you're inhaling noxious chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finley.
John Peoples. John Peoples, Mr. Peoples?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. John Peoples, 73rd Avenue, Northeast, Kenmore. Good evening, Kenmore City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening, and a great big thank you for whatever you all did to help convince the governor to allow our own Kenmore lanes to reopen for bowling. Unfortunately, this statewide relief came too late for Glacier Lanes, a community institution in Everett. Here's hoping that Kenmore Lanes will make it after all. The governor should have taken this action months ago, so thank you for helping, your help in getting him to come around. Recreational businesses like Kenmore Lanes and most other businesses, including the asphalt plant, benefit the local community simply by virtue of existing. This commercial activity benefits the entire community, not just the government entity. Government at every level should make every effort to allow businesses and their customers to engage in mutually beneficial commerce. On a different note, I want to ask you to take care how you go about your social justice agenda. While there may very well be physical processes that can be changed to eliminate the occasional unfairness, I'm concerned the council may be walking headlong into overdoing it and finding fault in the system and in people where there is no fault. Words like privilege, guilt, fragility, and newfangled, carefully curated conversations, especially when someone is paid taxpayer money to support supposed thinking that does not exist and are common characteristics of cult indoctrination. Your only privilege is your temporary holding of your council seat. Your obligation, your personal obligations to others is inherent in your humanity and does not depend on the color of your skin. In the name of fairness for municipal employees and all residents of Kenmore, I will continue to monitor this process and will make requests for information if municipal employee training materials are not readily available to the public. Only a personal commitment to living the golden rule and making every encounter with a fellow human being count for good will do what some hope this agenda will. We are all made in God's image and every American is equal under the law. Until next time, I wish you and our neighbors all the best. God bless the USA and a belated happy Constitution Day to all of you. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Peoples.
Sophia L.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, City Council. My name is Sophia Leota, and I live in Kenmore at 7711 Northeast 175th Street, Unit A302. I'm a high school student at Inglemoor High School and also a president of my school's Earth Corps Club, so that is why I'm speaking here today on the asphalt issue. I've lived in Kenmore basically my entire life and have used the Burr-Gilman Trail my entire life. And I know I echo a lot of others in saying that I always thought that the fumes were just normal. I thought that if there was a problem with it, the city would know about it and would have stopped it by now, or environmental groups would have stopped it. And I recently learned the history behind it, the lack of emissions testing. There's violations that they have faced and old permits. And I see this as a huge impact on our community that we cannot ignore. It's bad for residents, first of all, people who live nearby. And from my perspective as a high schooler, it's really bad for my classmates. The cross-country teams train there, and the crew practices, they also train over there and are breathing in these fumes on a regular basis. Also, just considering the equity piece of this, that not everyone has a car, not everyone can escape these fumes. People have to bike to work or have to bike to where they need to be, and they are exposed to this on a regular basis. There's no transparency about what is being released from these stacks, and I think that's largely in part to the lack of testing and people not knowing about it. That's also why it's bad for a city image. I mean, how can we demonstrate that we place a value on Kenmore residents' livelihoods if we have untested emissions impacting our region daily? So that's why I just want to say that now is the time to act on this. because the recent fires that have kept us inside for weeks or a week or so, it's the future. And Kenmore really has a decision to make that will we be a part of the problem or a part of the solution? And it's also just important to consider that this issue isn't going to go away. I believe that the emissions will be tested, and it's really a matter of will they be tested now or later, because I know the momentum surrounding this. I know that climate issues won't go away. So I say that now is when we should be testing them. And I know I stand with people in my club, people at my school, people in my community in saying that we must take local action and demonstrate that Kenmore is willing to uphold a healthy environment for its citizens. So thank you for your consideration, City Council and other groups listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Emily Burnham.
Do I have to say my address? Is that the convention?
Yes,
Yeah, we
please.
need your name and where you live.
Okay, my name is Emily Burnham. I'm at 19820 62nd Avenue, Northeast, and I am speaking, it seems to have an overarching theme with the concern of the environment, both in the air, which is most prevalent at this time with the smoke that represents the effects of climate change and a greater effect to us. And I recently moved back to Kenmore after living abroad for 10 years, and I've been pretty much gobsmacked with the amount of clear cutting and the time within such a short time span, even within the last 2 months. The last time I lived here, I participated in City Hall to try to get involved with the planning to reduce the reliance on cars, to create more piazza style or walkable commerce versus residentials. I know that the thing that was most striking is the disappearance of our canopy in Kenmore. And I started a little group on Nextdoor and was just inundated by people with the same concerns. And I would like to attest to the fact that this is shocking how it seems like there used to be an ordinance where developers had to take a percentage, had to maintain a percentage of original vegetation in all different levels, not just trees, because although the trees are the most prominent representation of environment, it's not just that, but it's the biodiversity within those trees. And I have a few suggestions that this time frame doesn't allow, but I just want to say that I am shocked, and I feel like it's short-sighted. This on top of the asphalt issue, on top of the Western fires and the smoke and us having to stay inside, on top of the COVID situation. It makes, I feel an urgency, and an oversight committee is necessary urgently to correct this or to build into the planning some resolutions. So we can keep, not to mention the shed water issue, the flooding issue, the land erosion issue, the stormwater runoff, which is one of the more important situations that affect Puget Sound and thus, all the waterways in the world. It doesn't just stop at Kenmore. It's our streams and our waterways are contingent for all the other waterways, as we all know. Streams go into rivers, rivers go into lakes, lakes go into the ocean, etc. Anyway, at the risk of rambling, I'm going to stop, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burnham.
Christine Price. Christine Price.
Apparently when I'm given access to share it, I need to then mute and share my video. So heads up to other participants. Christine Price, I do not wish to share my address because Nadia Silver's sister has sent me death threats. So just going to leave that off of here. Today,
You
I
live in
just wanna-
Kenmore?
Yeah, I live in Kenmore. I live near the
That's
ball.
fine. That's fine.
Yep. So I think emission testing is great. You can't make any decisions if you don't have data. You know, I think it's very important to find out how much of this water vapor, how much is water vapor, how much is particulates. Great, let's figure that out. The suggestion of the mayor making a proclamation, I consider to be a dangerous one, because we aren't in the industry. We don't know what is involved with turning the factory on and off again. It's not as simple as just turning off a computer. I have friends that work at steel plants, and like if they shut down entirely, it is an extremely non-trivial process. So I understand why like high school students want a perfect world where everything's just magically perfect. The real world isn't like that. I think it's also worth considering the greenhouse gases that would be emitted if the factory moved to some other location, because Seattle, the east side, we're still going to need asphalt, we're still going to need concrete, especially as there's so much new construction, and having to bring very heavy trucks much farther, I think that is something that needs to be considered. Obviously, I don't want particulates in the air. I use the Burt Gilman Trail for transportation because I'm a transportation cyclist. And yeah, I think it's a nuanced issue. I also want to say in regards to the racism, health, equity crisis, the previous speaker makes me laugh. Nadia, the bigger health crisis is your son stabbing people because of your insane parenting. Fix your own home first. You're insane. Why do you think?
Hey, I think that this is going beyond the scope of fair public comment.
Councilmember Marshall.
So yeah, let's consider how moving the plants could have what that would do for transportation for emissions. I don't know if there's any other waterfront property to build a factory on that's anywhere near Seattle. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but this seems like a very NIMBY issue. And I think that's all I had to say in my notes. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Prince.
Your Honor,
Yes, City Manager.
I believe it is against council rules for personal insults to be made during council meetings, even during public comment.
Thank you for that clarification, sir.
Dakota Rash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm ready to go. Hello, my name is Dakota Rash. I live in Kenmore. Thank you, Council, for your time and attention. And I'd also like to thank you for the acknowledgement at the beginning of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was a monumentous presence in the world of law and beyond. So thank you for taking the time to acknowledge her. For the chief of my comment, I would like to add my voice to the theme of addressing the concern of the Kenmore asphalt plant. Indeed, I'm very grateful that we are taking the time together to look into what is happening at this facility. Echoing the statements of others, I've lived in Kenmore my whole life, and I remember seeing the emissions coming out of this facility when I was taking walks with my parents early in the morning along the waterfront, when I was meeting for cross-country practice back in high school, and when I was paddling on Lake Washington back from my summers in college. I reminisce because I think it's important to emphasize just how long this facility has been here. As we understand, it first arrived back in the 70s. Kenmore was different back then. According to the 1990 environmental checklist and the facility filled out, the nearest occupied building or recreational area that was located off plant property was 1,000 feet away. At the very least, that is certainly no longer the case. And yet, as I understand, the facility is still operating under essentially the same standard. The drastic difference between old and new, past and future, is part of the reason why I think it's really important to dive deeply into this issue. The other is summarized by a phrase I may have repeated, as far as I know. It has been an incredible effort to try and piece together what is happening at this facility, and I'm not 100% familiar with how much the public is entitled to know about this issue. Laws are complex. Testing may not even be something that's frequently required at asphalt facilities. I don't know. But I do think that when people live this close to a facility of this nature, when the city center is this close to a facility of this nature, Regardless of what the black letter law says, people should get to know what they're breathing. So I think we need to learn. And specifically, I have a few questions following. Is it true that the most recent operations permit, or whatever terminology is most correct, was issued in 1990? Am I correct in understanding that there are not any operation conditions attached to that 1990 permit? Was a violation indeed found at this site? If so, what was that violation? And what is going to be the process moving forward with that violation? And what are the opportunities for the public to participate and make their opinions and concerns heard? Since I have 30 seconds, I would also like to say that carbon emissions from asphalt and cement plants are one of the leaders in contributing to the climate crisis. So as a brief rebuttal to another point I heard earlier, and yeah, thank you all for paying attention to this, and thank you for the time and consideration. And apologies for the crazy hair I'm now noticing.
Thank you for your comments. Did you say you were a Kenmore resident?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Mooney, I think this is probably James Meyer. Mr. Myers? Jim Myers? James Myers?
Okay, I think I got it, sorry. My name is James Myers. I live at 5934 Northeast 201st Street in Kenmore, Washington. Let's see, I'm gonna try and share my screen because I've never done this before.
You can't be heard. You can't be heard.
Hello, can people hear me?
Yes.
Yep. They're all giving me good, great. Okay, so I'm gonna give the quickest presentation you've ever seen.
City Clerk, do we have screen sharing during citizen comments?
I can't hear you.
I'm not sure.
It's my comment.
Mr. City Manager, do we have screen sharing during citizen comments?
Not that I know of. We'd have to.
No, we've never had screen sharing.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would just say I do think it's the council's prerogative, but this would be similar to this would be similar to a handed document during in-person council meetings. We're just not in person anymore. So there is an analogy to written comments being submitted.
Fine. 3 minutes. Go for it.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. So basically, I think you've all been pretty well educated as to some of the conditions that we found. And really, part of a group, the North Lake Washington Clean Air and Water Collective, also People for an Environmentally Responsible Kenmore. And we've just sort of come to the point, what we don't know just might be able to hurt us. And of course, Kenmore Asphalt and the whole sort of Kenmore Asphalt and cement complex is really the last piece of major industry in the North Lake Washington area. And it is sort of a inholding in a largely residential area. And as Dakota pointed out, in 1990, they said that there were no residences within 1,000 feet. Well, there certainly were, and really that the Bothell Way provides a great demarcation between the industrial area and a largely residential area. We know that the plant was manufactured in 1967. It's not even native to Kenmore. Moved to Kenmore in 1972. Permitted to manufacture 150,000 tons of asphalt. And in 1990, their permit included 112,000 tons of nuisance soils. These are contaminated soils. It's only one of 4 sites in the state that's allowed to do so. They estimated, there's no testing at the stack, that in 1990, about 5.6 tons of particulates were emitted from the plant. On average, they're not really comparable, but in terms of particulates, the average car per year in 20,000 miles produces about a half a pound. We don't really know what's coming out of the stack, and that's the recurrent message. If we can smell it, that we're obviously being exposed to something, and we would like to know what that is. And while the smell is unpleasant, if the only problem were the smell, I think a lot of people would rest a lot easier. We know from a lot of basic research that there are a lot of things that come out of asphalt plants, but the work has not been well researched. There are a lot of studies. There was a major write-up by Washington State Department of Health in 2020. I'll send you all this PowerPoint, but just to go over some of the main details. But basically what we find, within a half a mile radius, we have a large residential area. Why did I pick a half a mile? Because nuisance complaints have come from within that half mile radius. It includes the town hall, it includes a library, and certainly includes the Burke-Gilman Trail. So probably this all came to a head with the—
I can't see a timer. Where's the timer at?
I have it on my phone, and actually we're at 3 minutes now.
Okay, I'll end. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Myers. Adita Jane? Oops. I'm sorry, I'm sure I said your name wrong.
It's Aditi.
Aditi, okay.
My name is Aditi Jain, and I'm a student at the University of Washington. I'd like to raise some concerns about the health risks that are associated with the lack of information about what is being released from the asphalt exhaust stack. And in addition to the properties and homes that live only 400 feet away, the Burke-Gilman Trail is right next to the facility, where many bikers and runners could be exposed to chemicals that could be toxic. The Burke-Gilman Trail, as you all know, is such an integral part of Kenmore, encouraging residents to spend time outdoors and in parks. Testing is essential to figure out whether the particles being released from the stack, regardless of whether they have an odor, will risk public health. During a pandemic and wildfires that recently took over our region and compromised our air quality, it is imperative that all facilities are held to up-to-date emission standards to prevent furthering the climate crisis and risking public health and safety. I started a petition that called for testing in compliance with modern emission standards at the Kenmore asphalt stack. From across the region, the petition got 319 supporters in a couple of days. Clearly, this is a priority for Kenmore residents and needs to be addressed. The community demands action from the city to protect its residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have one phone number that called in, 425-359-3520. I'm gonna let you talk since you can't raise your hand. Oops. All right, I guess they're gone. Jay Ryman.
Hello?
Hello.
Did I successfully log in?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jody Riemann. I live just outside of Arrowhead Elementary. My daughters go to the North Shore Public School. And we live just up the hill from the smokestack. And for as long as I've lived here, I had assumed that it was just emission, just steam, nothing big. We've gone to the playgrounds down on Rhododendron. We've been to Log Boom. We've spent a lot of time. And to find out that there's no actual testing and the permits are out of date is exceptionally concerning to me. And I'm also calling on behalf of my daughters who are very upset about the fact that this is where they live, and they are learning about trusting the city council and the people who are making decisions for how our city is run, and to find out that that this has been an oversight is concerning. So I'm calling on behalf of them. I'd also like to put in that I show support for the reallocation of responsibilities for the police. They have too much on their workload. I am a mother. I have a lot on my plate. I know that too much makes you poor decisions. And a lot of the decisions that are being made by people who are making snap life and death is very concerning, and it needs to change. That is all. Thank you, and have a good afternoon or evening.
Thank you for your comments. Ann Hansen. Ann Hansen.
There, is that, you have me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm Nancy Hansen, citizen of Kenmore at 158th Street. I wanted to find out whether the state shoreline master plan of 2005 has ever been consulted and put to use for restoration of wetlands at the mouth of the river in Kenmore. You know, has that even been done? There are some plans in it for North Lake Washington, and Kenmore is included, that river mouth is included. And I just wondered if anything had been done there. And another thing on wetlands, we need to be aware, fact is that only 5% of total land is wetlands, and they serve a major purpose in protection of the environment. So we need to be thinking in terms of protecting wetlands at all costs. Do we even know the extent of the wetlands at this site? I'm wondering. My view is that total restoration would be the only way to solve the problems that have been caused through choices throughout all these years, and a very difficult job, but I don't see any other choice going ahead. The section called in the master plan, it's called the Chinook population of North Lake Washington. And this can be found in the state documents at KCR 1843, Volume 2, Chapter 11. And that's what I would go for first. I've seen some this shoreline master plan being used in Kitsap County, and they actually cleaned up a bay that it was Dyes Inlet, and it was being called the Dead Sea at that time due to the development and asphalt that had been put down in Silverdale, and it was going right into the bay, and it was a mess. And after the state shoreline master plan was adopted, everything kind of started changing, and right now it's fairly clean in that bay. So I think it can be done. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Janet. Janet, can you state your full name and where you live? Janet?
Kayla, do you have the ability to unmute her?
I can ask people to unmute.
But you can't unmute her yourself?
Yeah, I can't unmute.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
That working?
Yes.
Do I need to tell my name and address again?
Yes, please. We didn't hear you the first
Janet
time.
Hayes, Hays, at 6303 Northeast 181st, number 301 in Kenmore. I've lived in Kenmore since 2003, and I have been questioning the I've been questioning the emissions coming from Kenmore Industrial Park for 15 years at council meetings and directly to council and staff. The same answer is always coming. It's that we can do nothing about it because it has been grandfathered into our current city the way it is with no changes. Okay, hang on. The only way anything can be tested or changed is if they change their footprint, build a building on it, add to their, or change their equipment. I retired in 2007, and that was when I really began noticing the effects that the emissions were having on me. I used an inhaler. I began using inhalers and was diagnosed with bronchial pneumonia twice, walking pneumonia, inflammation of the lungs, and a lot of different conditions. I kept and continued researching and looking up as much information and documentation as I could regarding specifically Kenmore Industrial Plant. And I therefore have a lot of documents, but a lot of questions too. I did make violation reports to Puget Sound Clean Air, and because I don't smell them, I'm sorry, I'm short of breath. I don't smell them where I live. I still see it and I still taste it. It is in the back of my throat, the back of my nose, every night when I go to sleep. I use ocean spray in my nose, and my health has suffered in the time I've lived in Kenmore. In May of 2019, I was diagnosed with cancer. I have breast cancer. I have had surgery. I have had 8 months of chemotherapy. I have had 6 weeks of every day of 5 days a week of radiation.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hayes.
I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
Just a reminder, you're allowed to speak only once during this citizen comment portion. Chris Abbey. Mr. Abbey. Chris Abbey. I see you're unmuted. We cannot hear you. I can tell you're there. Can you try saying something while you're unmuted? Sorry, unfortunately, we can't hear you. I think we would need to move on.
We would like to give the community member a chance to call in.
Tila, why don't we go back to him one more time? After you go to the next person, we'll come back to him.
Okay, he is actually the last person on the list.
Okay, then let's give him a couple more minutes
Okay.
and suggest that he does call in.
Okay, I don't know if it sounds like you can maybe hear us, Mr. Abbey. If you could try calling in on your cell phone, that information is on the agenda.
Excuse me for interrupting. I've experienced this with others on Zoom calls. It's possible, Mr. Abbey, if you are using a headphone, that may be impacting your ability to be heard. Sometimes the sound connection can make a difference. So if you unplug the headphone, we might be able to hear you directly from your computer or phone or laptop, whatever you're trying to communicate with us with. Otherwise, definitely call us in. Thank you.
See, I'll stop screen sharing so you don't have to see that.
All right, let's give him a couple of more minutes. And then we'll move on.
Okay, here.
Is there any indication, Tila, that he is online?
Yeah, so I can tell that he's muting and unmuting himself, but there's no sound that's coming out. So here are some phone numbers. I think any of those will work. Looks like maybe he left the meeting to try to rejoin.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Yes, please.
So just for clarification, when people speak, they need to give their name and city of residence.
Right.
When you ask them, where do you live? Sometimes they default to address. They're not
Right.
required to give their address.
Right.
Oh, I see you, Mr. Abbey. Can you try talking? No, we can't hear you. Well, I saw Mr. Abbey for a second over video.
Right. So did I.
I don't see he's listed as an attendee anymore. I don't know if he was going to try to rejoin.
Well, let's give him another minute or two to try to join by phone
Okay.
or get his audio working. All right, I want to be fair and give him every opportunity for citizen comments, but there's a point when we need to get on with the meeting.
I don't see him listed as an attendee.
All right. So then perhaps we should move on with, let's start with the presentation and the introduction of our new city clerk, Anastasia Warhol.
All right, do we have Joanne as a panelist? Well, if not, then I will.
She's en route.
Okay, should we wait for Joanne?
Sure.
Okay,
there
looks
she-
like she rejoined now.
Okay.
Oh, great. Here I am.
Great.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, I've been waiting for this all evening. I'm so excited because I'd like to introduce to you Anastasia Warhol. She is our new city clerk who began work today. She was most recently with the town of Yarrow Point. She came very highly recommended, and she has a very fascinating educational background, including an executive PA from the Evans School at the University of Washington. So she's had many meetings today. She's been observing our last couple of council meetings, trying to get our protocols and processes down. So I'd just like you to say hello to Anastasia, and you'll be seeing more of her in the future. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Anastasia?
Yes, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So it is an absolute privilege and pleasure to be here with all of you. I have been listening in, and I know you all work so hard. That was confirmed again with the meetings that I was in with the staff this morning and afternoon. I was given a very special charge to say hello to Mayor Baker from my very first colleague in the public sector, and that would be Mayor David Cooper. So I believe both of you are acquainted through AWC.
Yes,
so,
we are.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that I said hello to you. You're welcome to reach out to me at any point, but as Joanne mentioned, it's my first day. So this week I have two critical things that I'm working on, and that is to reabsorb the city clerk responsibilities from all the faithful stewards that have been carrying this burden, including Tila, who's done a phenomenal job. And I'm going to be interfacing with you probably indirectly with creating and producing the council package, or at least packaging that for you. So if you have any specifics in terms of things that have worked really well before, or things that you want to improve with the new clerk, you're welcome to just send that via email to me anytime. And I'm looking forward to getting to know each of you better.
Thank you so much. We are so happy to have you. I think you're going to find that we have a tremendous staff. I think the entire council is very, very proud of the staff that we have, and we really, really welcome you to be part of the family. So welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you, because I told her we have a tremendous council as well. It's a pleasure working for all of you.
Well, thank you, Joanne. I appreciate that. All right.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda then is Puget Sound Clear Air Agency, the report on the asphalt plant. Mr. Kenworthy, good to see you again.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the time this evening. I'm going to talk about a number of things related to the asphalt plant. I need to offer the disclaimer that my counsel would want me, my counsel as in legal counsel would want me to add that as I talk about this, I'm talking in general terms. We have some active cases with the facility from an enforcement standpoint, so I do not want to be in a position of saying that I'm prejudging any of that. So with that disclaimer, let me turn to my PowerPoint. And Rob and Tila, I don't know if you want to let me share screen and have me walk through it, or whether you want to keep that and just click through.
You can share your screen.
Okay.
And while Craig's bringing that up, just a little bit of background. Over the years, there has been a lot of interest in the asphalt plant from our citizens, residents. And it's been more so than ever over the last few weeks. And so I thought it would be good for Craig Kenworthy, who is the CEO of Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, to come and talk to you all and give you some background and some information that might be helpful on this subject.
Thank you, Rob. So I'm going to go through a number of things. Please, if you, I don't know what your process is, if you want to ask me questions during, I've left time at the end for questions and comments as well. Just briefly, we are the Regional Clean Air Agency chartered by the state legislature to enforce the state and federal Clean Air Acts in King, Pierce, Kitsap, and Snohomish counties, the same counties as Puget Sound Regional Council. This talks a little bit about some of the things that we do. On our compliance programs, which is our regulatory program, there are a number of different programs that we have. The ones I'm going to focus on today are registration, notice of construction, and enforcement. Just to clarify a couple of things that sometimes get tossed around, the operating permit program, that's actually a term of art under the Clean Air Act. That is very large facilities. There's about 30 in our region. Think a Boeing plant or Ash Grove Cement is the scale of those facilities. So I'm not talking about those today, but I'm going to talk about the other regulatory programs related to some of the other sources. Registration is essentially an annual renewal by companies of their permit and registering with us, and that registration system requires them to keep meeting existing regulations or notice of construction orders, and I'll explain that in just a minute, and also to meet any new regulations if they're applicable, and I'll talk a little bit about an example of that in just a second. There is some reporting associated with that. That may more typically be operating logs and those types of reports. Notice of construction is what happens when we have a new emission source in our region, or someone that's already there is modifying their emission units or adding additional emission units. I'm going to use a Boeing example again. So if Boeing was going to add a new paint booth, for example, up north in Everett, they would have to come in and say, we're adding an emission unit, and we would look at the standard for that unit and look at the permitting application on that unit. Replacement or alteration of units can also trigger a review and require a new permit application. So I'm going to pause there to say that we issued a notice of violation to the asphalt plant last year because upon inspection, we determined that they had changed equipment and that triggered the requirement that they apply for a permit modification or a new permit. And that was a notice of violation we issued to them. I'm going to say on notice of violations, I'll touch on this later, we have the ability with a notice of violation to, if we determine that it should be upheld, we have the ability to issue a civil penalty. Our goal is not to collect civil penalties, it's to change behavior and get people to comply with the law. So it is a tool we use, but we frequently try to work with a source to say, rather than collecting a penalty, will you change your operation, or will you commit to these changes, or make sure that you are not in violation? We want to assure that you are meeting the standards you're supposed to meet. So in addition to the review, that can mean that we could impose at a notice of construction phase or a new permit phase, potentially impose additional control technology and additional conditions for approval. So control technology sometimes gets thought of as what's happening on a stack, or it's filtration, or in some sources, it's different ways of restricting the amount of emissions coming out. Conditions for approval and control technology can also mean, though, what kind of inputs do you put in? So for example, we have a wine bottle plant where some of their controls are emission controls of what type of material do they put in when they make their glass, not just what is on the stack, so to speak. So both of those could be in place for a particular source. So there were some comments in this earlier, so I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to say I'm going to speak in general terms about the concept sometimes referred to as grandfathering. I'm going to simplify this, so these are general terms. Essentially, under the Clean Air Act, it said if you have an existing source and you meet the notice of construction standards and you are approved, we don't have the ability to update that, with a couple of exceptions, and I'll touch on that in a second, unless you do something that is enough of a modification that it triggers our ability to say, okay, you now need to meet a different standard, or as part of the review of that triggered new permit or modification, we're going to require you to meet a different standard. These are three generalized categories: certain physical changes, certain changes in operations, and then also it produces an emissions increase or change. That is things that we will do in terms of comparison. I'm going to show you in a minute on a map all the asphalt plants in our region. So when we review updating an NOC application or consider a new application, or we say that there is a change, we will look at the state of technology. And again, I'm simplifying. We'll look at the state of technology in other plants to try to determine whether the existing plant in that sector needs to catch up to those other plants, simplifying, or needs to meet newer standards. So we will review the other plants if one plant comes in or has to do a renewal or an update or new application. In addition, there are certain federal requirements for some sources where we can then say you need to catch up to the federal requirement because you're producing a new emission source. You're no longer an existing source. What I will show you now, though, is that there are some limitations on the federal standards, and that is that EPA has not updated these standards in 40 years for asphalt plants of this type. So we do not have an update from EPA where they've said, and they periodically update what's called the NSPS New Source Performance Standards. To give you an example, they updated the wood stoves, new ones are treated as new sources. They updated the wood stove standards after 18 years in 2015. And they've updated that recently. They've updated some other things recently. They've not updated the asphalt plants for this type of plant in quite some time. This is a map of the other asphalt plants in our region. I will say that some of these are located in very different areas. Some of them are in more rural areas. Some of them are actually, in some cases, located at a gravel pit where they get their aggregate. So you do have a situation where you have a plant in a community at a lakeside location. I'm not going to say it's unique, but it's certainly different than some of the other locations. So as we look at this situation or any other situation where someone may have to update their permit application and we'd have to review that, we'll be looking at some of these other plants to see, are there things they need to do to essentially catch up to what the standard state of the art is at this point, as opposed to back in 1990 or for another plant at a different time frame when they got their permit. I just wanted to show you this to give you a sense. So the yellow indicated areas are areas where we could have an odor emission, typically from an asphalt plant, because either there is something being moved, treated, cooked, literally, so to speak, or some other mechanism occurring. You'll see on one of them in the lower right that you could be involving loading the vehicle that takes it out. There could be storage. There's the processing to produce the asphalt. So there are different locations at the plant that can produce odors. I want to say a couple of things on odors. So one, we have worked with the city, and I greatly appreciate the city working with us on a memorandum of understanding where we've had help from city staff when we have odor complaints so that we can deploy more quickly to address those complaints. We have 12 inspectors across our region, and they do everything from the Boeing plants I talked about to enforcing burn bans. So it's really helpful when a city is willing to work with us to try to enhance our ability to address complaints. The second thing I'll say in relation to the Burt Gilman Trail is that it's my understanding that Representative Paulette is looking at legislation which would clarify and make it clear that we can do nuisance odor enforcement for complaints where people are moving in a transitory manner. So typically, the way the law has been looked at is we can do nuisance odors if someone has some possessory right to a location, whether that's they own, rent, or work there, business, etc. And I think Representative Paulette, I understand, is working on a bill to make it clear that we would be able to write notices of violation on a location like the Burt Gilman. So just to say that, if everyone was not aware of that, I'm sure some of you are already aware of that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how change can occur. I've addressed some of this before, but I want to talk about it again, I'm talking about this in general terms. I mentioned that we have notices of violation and civil penalties, but our goal is to get someone to either upgrade, catch up to state of the art, commit to the process changes. For example, this plant, from what I understand, moved to a different type of mix as part of trying to reduce odors. Get them to change behavior as opposed to collecting a civil penalty. In addition, when we have something that we believe triggers permitting, that is another opportunity for potential change. It's our understanding that we're going to be receiving more information from the facility about a permit application. Our next step in that is reviewing that information, if we receive it, to determine whether we have a complete application and have all the information we need to start to analyze the permit. So if that's what happens next, we will be doing that and looking at that particular permit. What I will tell you is there will be public comment on that. There will be an opportunity for the public and the city and any stakeholders to weigh in on that. So all the members of the public that are on tonight, other members of the public, there will be an opportunity for public comment. If we determine we have a complete application submitted and we move to starting to analyze that permit, there will be a public comment period available for everyone to weigh in. So again, the mechanisms of change by the structure of the Clean Air Act are, we have some kind of notice of violation, someone's not following the law, or there's an odor violation, and we say we could impose a civil penalty or you can change behavior, or something triggers the permitting stage and we move out of the, I'm going to use in quotes, the grandfather situation where someone has an approved notice of construction and we can't require something new, but something's been triggered by change in operation, equipment, etc. So I'm going to pause there to see what questions you have for me.
Craig, I have a question. If it's okay, if it's okay with the mayor.
Yes.
So you said well, I guess we got to be careful about speaking about a specific location because you don't want to look like you're prejudging. But in a case where an asphalt plant has appeared to have changed out its equipment and therefore triggered a permit in the belief of the agency, how long does that all take? Because I believe that Puget Sound Clean Air Agency made that determination about a year ago. And so 2 questions. How long does it generally take for the asphalt plant to start the permitting process and all that? And then how patient are you with the plant before you say, okay, you know what, enough is enough. Quit going back and forth and arguing with us on what constitutes, part of your permit. I think because what I'm worried about in our case is that this plant is just going to kind of go back and forth with you and argue on this and that, and it could be another 2 years before we see anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tackle those. And again, I'm going to speak in general terms about things that can happen when we're dealing with a source. So if we tell someone you need a new permit and you have a notice of violation because you didn't apply for a new permit and you've been operating with changed equipment, they can dispute that with us and say, we don't think we've changed enough or we haven't triggered that. And there can be a bit of a back and forth. They ultimately can take that to what's called the Pollution Control Hearings Board if they ultimately disagree with us on that. So on your first question, it can take some time if we're going back and forth about you've triggered it, we want more information, we've issued you a notice of violation. On the permit part, there are statutory components. Once we have a complete application that we actually have timeframes that we have to meet to analyze the permit. Some of those can change depending on the length of the public comment period. But what I'll say about that, again, in general terms, and I want to say in general terms, if there was a source that we said you need a new permit application and we need to determine whether your permit needs to be updated or modified, and we have a notice of violation saying that, and they don't submit to us, we have enforcement options related to saying, you do not have a current valid permit and we ordered you to take corrective action by submitting an application. So we have some tools, but I'm not going to talk specifically about what we would use in a specific case in order not to have that limbo that I think you're referring to, Rob. If somebody, we tell them they need a permit update, they need to apply, and they don't, we have some tools there, and I'm not going to get more specific than that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that a company could stall for a long, long time, and meanwhile nothing happens. I'm just wondering when your patience runs out, because it's already been a year.
Yeah,
And
so
again,
I have to be careful because I will end up eventually in some of these disputes in front of the Pollution Control Hearings Board, and I'm not supposed to prejudge actual enforcement action without, I can talk about generalities. We are aware of the risk you are talking about, and we have, like I said, some tools to address it. If someone drags their feet when we've told them your permit is not up to date, or you need to get an application in.
Okay, thanks.
And with that, Mayor, I'm at, on my slides, I'm at questions and comments from council and you.
Councilmember Shrevnik.
Yeah, I think the overarching question that I have, that most of the citizens that commented have, is, you know, have you done at any point recently or in the past testing of what is coming out of the emissions, and if so, what did you find?
Yeah, so the current permit, council member, doesn't require emissions testing. It is possible that an updated permit would, and I'm gonna say possible because I can't prejudge, could require emissions testing and additional testing.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I've got a few questions here. So, you know, as you've seen, say during public comment, and thank you for sitting through all of that. A lot of people in Kenmore are rightfully worried about what they're being exposed to. I've smelled it when I was going down the Burke-Gilman before. And we've been told by our city attorney that our regulatory jurisdiction is very limited. Can you, I don't know, you've explained some of this, but can you explain, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out who ultimately has jurisdiction over what's coming out of their stacks. If it's, I understand that they have an older permit, but does that just give them carte blanche to continue and with no real check? Or are there other regulatory agencies beyond Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, like, I don't know, Ecology or EPA even, who may have some sort of stake in this?
Yeah, the answer is it's our responsibility on the emissions, and that the Clean Air Act structure that I talked about means that we can only trigger new requirements in a certain limited number of cases. EPA's only role really is if they were to update that NSPS on asphalt I talked about.
Okay.
And were to say, we're now finally updating that, and now you all need to go out and enforce that updated standard. So EPA doesn't really have a role other than issuing a nationwide standard that then we would apply. In the absence of that, we have to have the triggers of they changed something enough to be able to do that. And Ecology, under the State Clean Air Act, doesn't have a role because we are the agency delegated with the responsibility for the emissions of the facilities in our 4 counties. With the only exception has been the legislature took aluminum smelters away from us at one point. But other than that, it's us.
Okay. So just to clarify, you're not even allowed to spot check emissions here, even for just basic public knowledge, public health knowledge, even if that knowledge wouldn't.
I'm going to talk in general terms, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, well, right.
When we're doing inspections and looking at what is in the existing requirements, we can look for things that we think might not be meeting the existing requirements. That's how we basically, oversimplifying, found that they changed equipment because we were out inspecting. We said, whoa, wait a second, you've changed this. So we do inspect for the existing requirements, but there are limits on what we can require them to do. It has to be focused on, are they meeting the existing requirements? And if there's not an emission limit in the existing permit, I can't be insisting on data about those emissions because I don't have an existing limit I'm enforcing. That could change in a new permit situation.
What if like King County Public Health wanted to know what, I mean, they have a large, I'm just tossing out a hypothetical here, and it may be something that's outside your wheelhouse, but you know, there is a thing, you know, King County Public Health has an interest in this in a much larger global sense. You know, is there a way for them to find out what people are breathing in along their own park? You know, people going up and down the Burke-Dillman Trail, or?
So what I'll say about that is typically, I'm going to give you an example. There are compost facilities in our region that have to get a permit from the health department and from us.
Okay.
And the health department has some enforcement ability related to those facilities because they've got a permit with them. I'm not going to speak for the health department, but in general, they would need a permit relationship to be able to do something.
Okay. I've got a couple other questions, but I will let other folks go and then you can circle back to me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, thank you. So just looking at all the plants in your jurisdiction, all the asphalt plants, approximately what percentage of them would have or do have control technology that you would describe as current? And does that include scrubbers, and what is a scrubber?
So what I can say on that is, first, council member, I probably should talk to my compliance team to get an accurate number on that, and it probably involves a date. So I can get that to Rob, and he can get that to all of you. So like I said, the controls sometimes at updated plants or other facilities involve sometimes inputs and sometimes actual control, like a bag house, which is basically a device to capture particulate. So it could be, there's requirements on processing, like is it warm versus hot mix? It could be a combination of those are you covering certain things in a way? So it can be both an active pollution control capture and process requirements. So it can be a little bit of a mix when I talk about more state of the art, but I will ask my compliance team to give me a rough sense of the age of our plants. What does that universe look like?
Sure. Yeah, just rough. Okay. Appreciate that. And then what, for any asphalt plant, say in the country, what are the most concerning pollutants or chemicals that you are charged with regulating that might affect human health? What do we call those? Do they include pozzolans? Is that a chemical? What are they?
Yeah, there are, first, benzene's been mentioned, and benzene can be an emission from asphalt. Benzene is also emission from every gas-powered car that drives down Bothell Way. So it's fairly ubiquitous in the atmosphere from a lot of different sources. There are polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are a different class of pollutant that can come off of those particular sources. I do want to say that, and this was referenced, I think, earlier by one of the residents, that there are times, and I think it might have been Dr. Morton, there are times that odor issues are actually something you smell, but not necessarily harmful to human health. And there are times there are other toxins that you wouldn't necessarily smell. So odor is a nuisance and sometimes an indicator, but it's not always both things of a health issue. Not to say that people affected by odors aren't greatly bothered by them and it's not an impact on them. But yes, we are concerned about benzene, and we are concerned about the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, et cetera. We're always concerned about particulate matter, which is a pollutant that is harmful in a number of different ways. It's the smoke pollutant that we had. It's very fine particles that can go deeply into your lungs. So as you can see, and as referred to earlier, the emission factors for asphalt plants that were estimated particulate matter. But that's an example. Those estimates were made back before we knew more about particulate matter and how harmful it was. So again, with only saying this in general terms and not the specific facility, we will look at a range of pollutants at a facility when they have to update their permitting. Right. And use the latest science and data about what are the harms associated with that we now know, and ecology sets standards for certain toxics across the state. And if those are coming from a source, we will review those as well and the latest updated standards on those.
And then do Pazellands, so-called, do those come into effect with asphalt production at all, or have I got that wrong?
Again, I'm gonna defer to my technical team to make sure I don't misstate something that may be either a relatively small thing and I'm not aware of it. So when I give you the answer about updated, I'll get an answer on that too.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
I think I have a question.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Excuse me, because this is a really critical issue to our community. And there's been so much information presented tonight. I think I'm going to lead with a question where I felt that you left off. And it's going to come, I hope it comes through clearly what I'm asking and why. Because I know that our community needs to be heard as really demanding the ability to have agency for the health and safety of where they live. And I'm not going to go too far back in history. I'm going to stay close to the question I have at hand, and I hadn't formulated this until just now. But given that the EPA is rapidly deregulating, and you take your authority through a rapidly deregulated EPA in the midst of the existential climate crisis, where we know asphalt and cement plants contribute greatly to climate emissions. They're major contributors. In addition, we are very concerned about the toxic fumes. I have a real concern about how we as a council and how our community can get your agency to move for us. It is of utmost importance. The question would be, who does Puget Sound Clean Air Agency serve when we have to wait for the offending, unpermitted agency to provide an application for you to move? We need answers on this, and we need action. So I'm not sure how much of a question I have here, other than a statement of confusion as to how we are going to be able to make a difference. And I am so thankful you're here, and I know you're working hard. This is a really critical time, and we've got major issues, but I do care about what we can do to get this plant, this asphalt plant emissions tested as soon as possible, because our community lives here now and is feeling the impacts now. So that is my question. What can we do to move this along? And I think that's really important. I know that we have this bureaucratic process, but we have a crisis today. Thank you.
So, Councilmember, we have 4.2 million people that we work for across 4 counties, and we have 12 inspectors and a limited ability to take action. So we are taking action at the speed that we can take action, respecting that I have sources. I have 3,000 sources we deal with across the 4 counties, including sources that have no pollution controls whatsoever and are grandfathered in from the 1930s and are in communities that suffer a lot of pollution. So what I will say is I wish I could wave a magic wand in some of these cases and speed things along, but I have to operate within both the Clean Air Act requirements, and I will say thankfully EPA has not attempted to deregulate here, while acknowledging what you said about the amount of deregulation we see across other parts of the region or across other sectors. So my answer is I understand and I hear you, and we are taking action at the speed we think we can take action, while recognizing that the authority that ultimately decides whether we were right or wrong, the Pollution Control Hearings Board, expects us to do those things in a judicious and fair manner following the law. And I realize that's an unsatisfactory answer to the residents of the community, and I've had to give that answer in other communities before. But the reality is when we take an enforcement action, I want to make sure that enforcement action is upheld by the people that the sources can appeal to. And that when we say to a community, we're making them do X, it sticks.
I appreciate your answer. And I wish I could wave that magic wand too. And I dream of a time when we can adequately fund the important work that your agency is supposed to be doing. It's grossly underfunded, especially given the crisis that we're facing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Curtis.
I will say that we've been struggling with this issue for years, and this is the first time, Mr. Kenworthy, that you've been here before us, and I appreciate that so much. I'm sure your job is challenging, and you probably hear more complaints than positives, but thank you for coming.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Deputy Mayor, you've got a couple more questions.
So I have a question for our city attorney. Is she? Yeah, Dawn's on here. So a few years ago, we passed a business license for heavy industry in Kenmore, which applied to the cement and asphalt plants. It's been a few years. I am fuzzy on what was left in and what was left out of that. There were some changes made at the last second, or as we kind of negotiated towards the end there. Is there any chance you could remind me what was included in that? Because we're here, I've heard from a lot of citizens, not at this meeting in particular, but like a coffee with council on Saturday, there are a lot of assumptions on what's included in that business permit for heavy industry.
Go ahead, Rob.
We could promote Brian to panelist. He might be able to help out with that question too.
Yeah, that would be great.
And I think just to start it off is that is a little bit before my time as city attorney. I did go through the code and thoroughly understand what you have on the books now, but to the actual question of what made it on and what didn't make it on, I do think that Brian might have a better background or history, if that's the question.
Point of order real quickly, if you don't mind, Chair. I was passed over, and out of respect to my colleague, I didn't interrupt. But after this question is answered, I do have a question. Thank you.
Your hand. Mr. Hampson.
Hey, good evening, Council and Mayor. And thank you, Craig Kenworthy, for coming tonight. Really appreciate all the clarification that you're giving everybody. What we did a couple years ago were to implement a business license for heavy manufacturing. And also we set noise regulations through our noise ordinance.
And Brian, in the regulations, I cannot remember, we were talking about hours of operation at one point. Was that included in the final bill or not?
No, it was not. We originally had talked about including it, but we ended up leaving it out and just going with the noise ordinance.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because that is something I know we've discussed. I know there are folks in the public who believe that we have regulations around hours of operation. We don't, unfortunately, something I would have supported. But I believe we got, I believe council told us that there might be some legal issues with hours of operation, and that's why that was left out. So as much as I would love to have that, that isn't part of the current permit. I just want to make that clear for the public. And I'll get to my other questions after Councilmember File and anybody else is gone.
Yeah, Councilmember File, I did not mean to pass you over. I just saw other hands. And in addition to yours. So Councilmember File.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Herbeck, and thank you, Mayor Baker. You know, one of the questions I have, and I have a list of questions really, is how many statutory violations does it take before a city can take greater action? It seems I've seen documents that show past violations without follow through. I'm very concerned about that when we're worried about the public welfare of our community. The concerns are about, you know, what is the quality of air our people are breathing, our youth are exercising in, and people are experiencing different health issues that they feel are associated to the connection of the operation. So I have that one question, and I do have some thoughts on multi-agency approaches, but I'd like to hear your comment on that.
So Councilmember, if I'm hearing your question, you're asking about situations where we issued a notice of violation, or are you talking about, because we have had complaints where we could not substantiate the complaint. So that's one category where we determined on, for example, on an odor complaint that we could not show that there was an actual odor complaint either reaching the severity, or we could not trace it back to the facility from where the complainant was located. So I don't know if you're referring to those. If you're referring to notice of violations, we sometimes, and again, I'm going to say in general terms because I don't have this entire file in front of me, and nor should I talk about specifics in detail. We sometimes have situations where we issue a notice of violation and the source agrees to change something, and we don't move all the way to a civil penalty. So I don't know if you're referring to that. And as a general matter, I cannot give you a specific number of what causes an overall change on violations because they're very specific. So for example, if a company didn't give us their paperwork repeatedly, that's a different matter than if they're not running their equipment properly.
And when a company doesn't notify you or submit the proper permits for improvements, additions to the plant that would otherwise change the scope of the requirement. I mean, we all understand why businesses do this sort of action.
So we issued a notice of violation for that failure to notify us and come in and submit a modified application. There's a notice of violation issued for that conduct.
And it seems that there is opportunity to work with multi-agencies. The Department of Public Health has regulation ability over businesses. The Department of Health seems to have regulation ability over businesses in conjunction with public health. And it seems like these would be proper approaches to working on this issue that had not yet been done before. Possibly we could consider as a city. Have other cities done such an action?
So I just want to be clear here. The citizens may use a different term, and I understand that. The air emissions for this facility are our responsibility or fault, is how the citizens might want to put it, to be fair to how since they're not speaking right now. It is not the responsibility of someone else unless they have a statutory responsibility or a permit responsibility. The legislature has been pretty clear about when something is Department of Health and when it is us. So for example, radioactive materials are not under the air agencies, they're Department of Health. So there isn't really a mechanism for another agency unless, again, they have one of those two relationships to be involved in the permitting or enforcement process on a stationary source. So unless we were doing something like I mentioned with the compost facilities where that Department of Health has a different permit and we're engaged in coordination.
And frankly, we are talking about a moral obligation to our community, our constituents. And the ethics of caring are important here in the work we do forward. For me, I have a hard time looking at some past history and not wondering why we hadn't moved along a little quicker, or why haven't there been violations. I understand you're trying to work with changing behavior, but actions also predict, evidence-based behavior in trying to escape responsibility by doing upgrades without permits.
So I can't talk to that specific one because it's an active enforcement case.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are fact-specific situations. And we have the resources we have to address those fact-specific situations. And I'm also going to say what I said to Councilmember Kane, which is, O'Kane, when we take enforcement action, we want to make sure it sticks, and our decisions can be appealed and reviewed by a board. So for example, I'm going to use a different example on this. The Pollution Control Hearings Board has upheld us issuing odor violations based on the human nose, provided those inspectors prove periodically that their sense of smell is sharp enough and is able to distinguish between varying levels and types of odors. So we have to satisfy that entity when we take enforcement action. And when we take those actions, sometimes, I'm not talking about specifics here, building a case and making sure we can enforce it and prevail is part of the process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
So a question for the city attorney. I understand the city attorney has an opinion as to what power the city does have to act and what power we do not have to act and the scope thereof. I asked to hear that opinion now. It might be the right place. And then also for the city manager or Mr. Hampson to reiterate what our agreement is in reporting odor violations and the interlocal I understand that we have on that. Thank you.
City Manager, I know that you were going to go to that subject.
I can wait on that.
City Manager, yes, please.
Yeah, that's a great time. This is a great time for Dawn to answer that.
Thank you. I recall that was one of the last questions that was asked at the last council meeting, which was what role does the city have in relation to emissions and regulating emissions? And to better understand the answer that I'm going to give you, I want to give a just very brief discussion on the general legal framework that gets us to that answer, which has already been touched upon by Mr. Kenworthy. But again, it's a matter of federal, state, and local jurisdictions working together in a framework. So of course, as mentioned, there's the Federal Clean Air Act, which is been adopted to protect the air resources of the nation. States, of course, have the primary responsibility to implement that federal law, and that's the State Clean Air Act, again, already mentioned in the presentation. That state act, I'm just going to call it the State Act, specifically regulates emissions, air pollution, air contaminants, and authorizes entities known as the Air Pollution Control Authority, which is the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. They authorize the creation of that municipal corporation. It's not a state agency, it's a municipal entity, and gave it, if it's created, the jurisdiction, as mentioned, to regulate air emissions. Not just regulate, adopt regulations, enforce, investigate. And they've done that. They've got quite an extensive framework of regulations that apply to those air emissions. And when the state legislature was adopting the state's Clean Air Act, they expressly preempted cities or local entities from also regulating air emissions. But I also like to look at what we can do. The state legislature specifically saved the city's nuisance authority. And that's not a small thing. So cities still have the authority to regulate nuisances. And that is something you currently do, as mentioned by Brian Hampson. I think around 2015 and 16, this city specifically adopted nuisance regulations regarding noise for heavy manufacturing. You also have nuisance odor investigation and enforcement that you, through an interlocal agreement with the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, you are working together in a coordinated fashion. So while there may be 12 agents, we have, as of 2016, the city of Kenmore has taken it upon itself to be, I think, kind of the boots on the ground for the city of Kenmore. You have one very diligent code enforcement and who is obviously closer in proximity and goes out there in fairly close time to a complaint when, you know, that's when she's able. It's my understanding there might be a possibility of more agents, City of Kenmore agents, to assist in that enforcement investigation. And I note that because it was actually citizen local complaints that went to the City of Kenmore that went out there, got the notice of violation, submitted it to the agency, and it led to the notice of construction. So it was actually this permit review of a potential change in source of emissions. So it may not be working fast, but I think, again, that boots on the ground is assisting in our role, in the role that we've been given. So that's what we have for legal authority. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Don, if I could,
City Manager.
I just want to follow up on that. So Don, you mentioned a tool we have, which is regulating nuisances. But my understanding is that when it comes to nuisances that are in the air, we are preempted from regulating those unless we're given authority from Puget Sound Clean Air Agency.
Correct. And let me, that was a very good clarification. While air emissions might feel like a nuisance, air emissions, all air emissions are still regulated by Puget Sound Clean Air and not the City of Kenmore. So the nuisances we have available to regulate are the sound and the odor. So thank you. That is a good clarification.
Well, you said odor, but my understanding is that the only reason we can respond to odor complaints is because Puget Sound Clean Air Agency has delegated that authority to us.
Through an interlocal agreement, that's correct.
Yeah. And without that interlocal agreement, we wouldn't be able to respond to nuisance odor complaints.
They have a specific regulation on point for nuisance odor with very specific criteria, and including the level of smell. And we literally just go out, we have trained people to go out there and see if the test is met, have someone sign it, and then send it in to the agency for enforcement. So that's correct.
Right. And so to answer Councilmember Marshall's other question, and I don't see, oh, there's Brian in the left corner there. But so yes, we do have the ability through an interlocal agreement to respond to nuisance odor complaints, but our authority is only to respond and take a report. We do not have enforcement authority. What we do is we take the report, we send it to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, and then it's up to them to enforce or not, depending on what's in the report.
That's correct. And under the interlocal agreement, we, again, we're the investigators, we complete the report, but their duty is to actually review and determine whether it should move forward.
Councilmember Filed and Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you. I have a little bit of a question about technology, and it might need something bit of an approval from the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. I attended a university presentation on smart urban cities, and one of the useful technologies was being able to have the use of a drone to both test standing water, diseased water, air quality, with sensors on the drone and camera. But I wonder where Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is yet with that approach. It certainly seems like a healthy approach. And we don't have air rights. We do not sell air rights in the City of Kenmore. So we do have purview over public areas. So where are you at there with that issue?
Yeah, so Councilmember, we have discussed, and this is a subject of discussion of other air agencies across the country, the potential use of drones. And generally everyone has come to the place of looking at the legislature to provide authorization because they have shown an interest in what they would want to allow in government use of drones. So I track when the legislature starts talking about this, and we will continue to track whether the legislature essentially is going to say something in this area to say, for example, some states are using them for wildlife tracking but I'm not aware if someone is using it for enforcement of regulatory matters. And I know that there's been legislation on this about what regulatory matters can government use, or what uses can government put drones to. So the answer is we've been tracking that, but we have not seen clarity from the legislature that would expressly authorize this type of use.
But this isn't necessarily a new use, just new in the state of Washington, correct? I mean, this is a use that's applicable in other countries even, and other states from what I understand. So
yes,
it
well,
definitely is safer for our human workers and responders.
and we've talked about that, especially in an era of COVID, about maintaining distancing and doing that. What I will say is the legislature has shown a strong interest in balancing several values here, including what would happen with inadvertent camera video from a privacy standpoint. What awareness would there need to be about people in the area not knowing they're being filmed when the drone goes? There's been a fairly extensive bill in one case about all of the different values associated with government using surveillance devices, so to speak. So what I will say is we're continuing that conversation. If we were to reach a point that we would do that, I would expect to have that conversation with our board of elected officials because of those values I touched upon. And that we would want to have some conversation with them about using that type of technology because of all the ripple effects that only some of which I just alluded to. So I'm not saying we would never use it, but I'm saying we would have to have conversation about all those other aspects and also see whether the legislature is finally going to clarify what uses they deem appropriate.
Right. It may be a timely discussion as the federal landscape has made an update to language regarding drones, whether or not they have a camera or sensor based. So thank you.
City Manager, Councilmember Shrubnik, then I'll come to you. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a quick question on the interlocal agreement that we do have is, limited to us as being a reporter. I'm curious from either, Craig, Don, or Rob's position, are there, opportunities for expanding our authority under the interlocal, and what might those opportunities be? Are there any other municipalities or governments that have been granted more authority? Are there different kinds of authority that we could request? Just curious.
So I can address that a little bit. In Tacoma several years ago, we had an interlocal agreement because we had a very severe particulate problem in the winter related to wood stoves, and we worked with a number of the cities in Pierce County. It was a similar interlocal that said you can gather evidence on burn ban violations and document them, and then we essentially reviewed that evidence to determine whether it was sufficient. So for example, we typically would try to document the opacity or the thickness of the smoke in some cases, document the location. So in effect, we reserve the ability to determine whether something, I'm going to use this term, it's not the right term, prosecutable. We retained the ability to do that, and we have done that with our other interlocal agreements. Part of that is related to what I said earlier about being able to defend decisions in front of the Pollution Control Hearings Board and being able to document that we followed the procedures that we have and we're consistent with those procedures across similar matters. So it's been a similar situation of working with jurisdictions, and the jurisdictions in some cases committed more resources to evidence gathering and some committed less.
But in all cases, you retained enforcement authority.
Yes, based on the evidence that we got from the city staff working on the interlocal, yes.
Deputy Mayor, do you have further questions?
Yeah, I have one last question. So I'll speak hypothetically here, but hypothetically, and this is probably directed more towards Rob and maybe Brian, but hypothetically, if we had a plant that made changes to their setup, would they need a building permit for that? And what would happen if they didn't obtain a building permit from the city? And does that affect anything related to a business license that they might have?
So hypothetically, there could be opportunities or possibilities when a plant could trigger some sort of construction level permit, either a building permit, mechanical permit, if they're doing any kind of ground movement, engineering type permit. But yes, the business license regulations do require that they conform and obey to the rest of the city's laws and ordinances. But keep in mind, a construction level permit of this nature is a type 1 application, which is a fairly easy to process application, and probably could be issued within a matter of weeks.
Okay,
And
thank you.
to answer that also, I think one, I don't know if what the right word is, but one concern is, let's say they come in and apply for a building permit for some structural things they did, and Brian's department approves those. And now we're waiting for Puget Sound Clean Air Agency to do an enforcement. That sequence seems off to me. I'd rather have Puget Sound Clean Air Agency do their work before we come in and make them get a building permit. Because like Brian said, the building permits are pretty easy to get, and I wouldn't want to send mixed signals.
Right, but if somebody willfully, or even unwillfully, but if somebody were to blow off getting a building permit for an extended period of time, I mean, there should be repercussions to that. We don't just invite them in and say, get another permit, do we?
Brian, what do we normally do?
Well, again, similar to the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency's policies, our policy is really to get people in conformance.
Right.
That's what we've been working with them on, most importantly, especially if it's a structural issue or some kind of safety issue. That's our number one concern. There could be other possible monetary penalties, but probably wouldn't be, that much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember File.
I'm gonna hold for a little bit. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Joe, for the city attorney, and if this catches you off guard, I totally understand, just occurred to me, would there be anything potentially barring the city of Kenmore from utilizing drone technology, say, to test emissions, not at the stack, but in our airspace?
So, well, two answers. First of all, on the drone technology, I've not considered the legal framework for that, so I can get back to you on that. The secondary part to that answer is the state's Clean Air Act actually does allow cities, counties to perform studies, reports, pay for them, but they need to be in coordination with the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. So you don't just go off on your own, because truly it's within their framework. So, the correct parameters identified, what you're testing for. So you can spend the money on it, but whether or not you can use a drone, I need to get back to you.
And can I add to that?
Thank you. That's great.
Can I add to that question, or to the answer there? So,
Yes.
Ideally, if so the question of can the city do testing has come up a lot. And, ideally it'd be great if we could, if they're not going to test, if the plant's not going to test, then the city could test. And ideally you want to go to the stack. Well, it's very, very unlikely that the asphalt plant is going to let us put testing technology on the stack, because they're not required to. I don't know that we've asked. Maybe we can ask and see what they say, but probably going to say no. And so Craig and I have talked about other options for testing and the pros and cons. And one thing we've thrown around is, okay, well, if we can't test at the stack or on their property, because they're probably not going to let us, could we get super close to the property line, put up a big long pole, and put some testing technology there at the top of the pole? And Craig, you and I have talked about this, and I'm kind of catching you off guard, but do you care to weigh in on that concept?
Yeah, so I just want to say a couple things. There's the question of what you are trying to capture and test for and monitor for. And so there's a little bit of a question of presence of something and then concentration of something. So benzene's an example. Benzene might be coming off the asphalt plant. It's also coming off the road. So that may not tell you that much about what is the amount of benzene, and we can't really fingerprint benzene in the field. I'll just say compared to particulate matter burned by a certain source like a wood stove, if you have enough money, you can sort it versus particulate matter from a diesel engine. It's a very expensive process, but you can fingerprint it a little bit better. So there's a question of, are you capturing, are you relatively confident, are you doing enough monitoring for a long enough period of time to know fairly certainly it's coming from X source? So you might refer to that as fence line monitoring. How much do you have to do to be able to distinguish, or do you have something you're monitoring for where the presence of it is limited to a particular source or process versus benzene, which is somewhat ubiquitous, and particulate, which is a general pollutant, is ubiquitous. So it really comes down to, what are you trying to measure for? And are you measuring for things? And then what action do you want to try to take from that? So if we put a poll up and said there's benzene there, and we somehow, and this would be my magic wand again, we're able to take off all of the road benzene and say benzene is coming from the plant, we know asphalt plants can emit benzene versus there's an emission limit on benzene and we're doing it to try to enforce that limit. So I guess my answer is, yes, it's possible to do some of that. There could be limited information from some of it. I'm not going to tell the city what to do with it because I wouldn't want to prejudge if the city said we'd like to do a study with you, to your council's point. But I would want to, in a general way, and typically have said, we want to focus in on what we're going to do with the source in their permit. If they're violating their, we're going to focus in on the things they're supposed to be doing and what they're not supposed to be emitting, or how much of what they're emitting. So it doesn't mean you couldn't get some information, but I think from a general standpoint, it would be, what are you getting from it right now that we don't already know can be emitted from a plant, versus getting something that tells us they're emitting beyond what they're supposed to.
Right, and so what I think what we concluded in our discussions was, it would be hard to prove that it came from the plant because we wouldn't be able to test at the stack. And even if we could prove it, they're not subject to testing or standards anyway.
Right, which could change, and I'm going to keep putting the could in front of that because I can't prejudge, could change in a revised permit application.
Right.
Councilmember O'Kane.
First, I'd like to thank our city manager for all the creative effort you put towards the emissions at the asphalt plant. It was the first I heard that there was maybe an option for the city to find a way to test the stack. And sitting here just being creative or thinking, I would support the city exploring an option to ask CADMen, we want to test your stack and be refused. Because if they refuse us, it gives us an answer. They have something to hide. It's worth pursuing from my perspective. And I do want to thank you, Mr. Kenworthy, for being here. This is such an important issue to our community, and you're providing us incredibly valuable information. Ms. Raytan, I also want to thank you for all of the work that you've done towards this and provided our council in preparation for this meeting. And Mr. Hampson, also thank you. But I really support us going all stops on trying to make something happen here, because our safety matters. And I guess I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
City Manager, you still have some questions here.
I do, but this is your meeting and I want to respect the council. So why don't you let them go first, and if we have
Deputy
time.
Mayor, and then Councilmember File.
Yeah, I want to back up what Councilmember O'Kane just said. We've heard, over the last 6 years that I've been on the council, and we've been talking, this issue has come up over and over, and we've, kind of heard second, third hand from CADMen that, all that's coming out is water vapor and some volatile compounds that, just that smell bad and not to worry about it. Well, if that's true, then they shouldn't have any issue with us testing it and actually finding out for sure if that's the case. So I think it can't hurt for the city to ask. I expect they will say no, but I also expect that that'll tell us a little something. So I just wanted to back up Council Member O'Kane's idea there.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I also can support that request. It would be, if turned down, a secondary confirmation of intentional doing. On a different note, do factories have any sort of exemption on operating factories that dump a lot of carbon and VOCs, possibly? Are there any exemptions for operating during dangerous and critical air standard situations? A standard homeowner can't operate their chimney or burn something in their backyard or have a camp out and have a nice little campfire, right? So I want to understand if there is an exemption for a facility to operate as they were during critical air quality standards and dangerous standards.
So I wouldn't use the word exemption, council member, because that can sound like they're totally exempt from the law. What I will say is the legislature, we are a creature of statute and as a municipal corporation. So the legislature specifically gave us the authority to, when we call a burn ban, tell people air quality is not good, stop using your stove, your fireplace, or your chimenea. They specifically authorized us to cease that activity. They have reserved the ability to stop industrial activity to the governor declaring an air quality emergency and then ordering the cessation of industrial activity. They have not authorized us to cease any activity other than when we're doing, say, enforcement and someone's violating a standard, or the wood stoves and fireplaces you referred to. They've reserved to the governor the ability to stop industrial activity.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
I'd also be in favor of asking Cadman if we could test there totally voluntarily, and as long as that's subject to the city attorney finding nothing wrong with us asking. Thanks.
I have a mantra: it never hurts to ask.
City manager.
Okay, sorry. So we've had a lot of smoke in the area. Does that do anything? Can you as an agency say, hey, stop your emissions because we have a lot of smoke, we have bad air quality?
Yeah, and that kind of gets to the council member's question, Rob, which is the only authority we have to do that is when the legislature has expressly said if air quality reaches certain triggers, and those triggers are generally for incidents in the winter when we have inversions and we have too much wood smoke in the air. They've said you can essentially tell everyone to turn off their wood stoves. If they don't have another adequate source of heat, they can use it. There's an exemption for that if they don't have any other source of heat. But they, like I said, they've reserved, and this was passed in the 70s. And I have to tell you that, I'm not going to play a lawyer here, but I am a recovering lawyer. The provisions about the governor ordering cessation of industrial activity were designed for an era in which we had a lot of very large plants and we could have, say, an inversion. They were not designed for wildfire smoke. The statute did not really anticipate these kind of incidents. So I want to be careful about making it sound like the governor has the magic wand I talked about earlier, because the lawyers would certainly be involved, but the ability to at least have the possibility of turning off industrial activity has been reserved to the governor.
Okay, so that's a question we could bring to the governor then, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, to be fair to the governor's office, I don't know how their lawyers would advise them about these circumstances versus the way that law was written in the 70s and what it may have been intended for then. So I just want to say that I don't know what their lawyers are going to tell them about the ability to use that authority in the type of incident we had.
Okay. I have one more question.
Please.
But I saw Councilmember O'Kane has her hand up.
Yeah, I saw it too, but it was with you. Councilmember O'Kane?
It stays on topic, I believe, so I'll keep it brief. But would it, so in order to revise that statute, could we work with our representatives and state senator to see about updating that statute to current standards? Because gosh, if it was from the 70s, we are way past overdue on making change there. So I see nodding heads, so that's my question. Thank you.
That's a really great question. In fact, our state lobbyist is, I think, watching this meeting right now. Shelley, are you there?
He's there.
Yeah, so she's got her ears perked up when you brought that up. So we can ask her that. But just one more thing. Speaking of legislation, Craig, you and I and Representative Paulette have talked about some legislation, and some legislation has been introduced by Representative Paulette in the past and did not. But we're thinking about trying again this next session, and in particular, bringing a bill that says that extends the nuisance odor enforcement authority, not just to where you work or where you live, but also maybe like on a regional trail or a park, a public area where the public should be entitled to go without being subject to nuisance odors and particulates and things. What are your thoughts on that kind of legislation? Is that something Puget Sound Clear, your agency, could work with us on, or?
Yeah, so I'm going to keep this in general terms. I would appreciate the clarity of being able to take action in these situations where we currently can't, in the view of the law. But I would also want to be able to, as a general principle, without trying to judge legislation I haven't seen yet in detail, our general view is we want to be able to make that applicable for everybody in the region. So we'd want to write it in a way that covers public facilities in a way that if there was someone in a different type of public facility that could be impacted by a different type of source, we could also enforce there. That's just a general principle we have about making sure that if we're going to have additional tools, they're ones we can use to help everybody.
But couldn't the legislation also like exempt, say, I don't know, oil refineries and be more specific, targeted towards asphalt plants?
It can, and now I'm going to slide into the realm of legislative sausage making that I've had to be involved in before. The moment we start down that path, the list of people who want to be exempt tends to get really long. Mm-hmm. And Representative Paulette knows better than I do about how that tends to go. But my view is and I'm saying this again in general terms, it's better to have clarity that everybody has a law applicable to them unless there's a very specific policy reason to say someone should be exempt.
Okay, thank you.
But the short answer to your question is we would be supportive of clarifying that we can address these problems for the public.
Anybody else?
I was just going to add that it might be a good option to work with an attorney general on this issue, on a two-prong issue, really. Factories operating during burn bans where we have dangerous or critical air standards, and which our city manager just shared. Possibly even drone technology.
Any other questions? Councilmember O'Kane. Questions?
This just popped up, and please forgive me, but I actually don't forgive me. I actually want to ask this question. I just need to know the answer. Does Cal Portland, as a leaseor, have any responsibility to stop a leasee from emitting dangerous emissions or continuing to allow their lease?
So I'm going to answer this in general terms, council member, because for all I know, I've got an active enforcement matter with them somewhere. So the general answer is we have some ability to hold the owner of a property responsible for actions that occur on the property. And I'll use a different example. If someone engages in illegal outdoor burning and they're a tenant, we have some ability to hold the owner of the property responsible for the illegal outdoor burn. And that's about as specific as I should probably get.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that answer.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and patience
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate
and
the
the
chance.
information you've given us tonight.
I appreciate the chance to talk to you and council. And I will get additional information to Mr. Karlinski to get to council on Councilmember Marshall's questions.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, did you want to move to the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
So next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And I'll second. Is there any questions or comments? One second here. I'm trying to get the screen bigger. Yes. Any questions, comments on consent agenda? Councilmember O'Kane.
Not directly on consent agenda.
That's
I'm just
motions
noticing-
on the floor right now.
I was just going to say, given that we've been in session for 2.5 hours, I was wondering if anyone would need a break.
Let's deal with the consent agenda, and then let's take 5 minutes. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion stands approved unanimously. If there are no objections from the council, let's take 5 minutes. Next item on the agenda is the business agenda. And I believe we have a public hearing at this point. A public hearing for the removal of restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres of Squires Landing Park by the Washington Park by the Washington State Recreational and Conservation Office, RCO, to complete the land conservation process in accordance with RCW 35A 21.410. Ms. Colazizi.
Mayor, if I might just say a few things before Maureen joins, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So tonight's public hearing it's a little unusual, as the final action to remove the restrictive covenant on a portion of the Squires Landing Park property is not the city's responsibility. Council are holding the hearing to meet a procedural requirement which was passed in state law in 2017. A hearing is required before action is finalized to remove a restrictive covenant from city-owned property. The city-owned property in question is Squires Landing Park, and about 19 acres of the 40-acre park property was purchased by King County prior to city incorporation with State Recreation and Conservation Office grant funds, RCO grant funds. A condition of those grant funds was placement of a restrictive covenant requiring the lands to be preserved for wildlife habitat and passive recreation. The process and final action to remove the restrictive covenant on 1.5 acres of the park property is the responsibility of the state RCO, as the mayor stated. Since 2016, the city has been working with RCO staff to meet requirements for removal of the covenant, including purchase of 4.8 acres of replacement property for wildlife habitat and passive recreation in the Swamp Creek Basin area. And the part of that procedural requirement was also a public input process, which was held in 2019 to ask for public comment on removal of the covenant, and Also public comment on options for the city purchase of replacement property. In June of 2019, RCO approved the city's request to remove the covenant, including the city's proposal for replacement property acquisition, subject to meeting all the procedural requirements. Removal of the restrictive covenant means that the plaza, restroom, and parking lot improvements for the Squires Landing Park Walkways and Waterways project can occur on the 1.5 acres. However, the purpose of tonight's hearing is not about the park improvements. It's only about removal of the restrictive covenant. So to be clear on where the property is on Squires Landing and location of the acquired property, I would like Maureen to be able to share a screen so she can show a visual representation. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I was hoping I'd have minutes. So thank you very much, Debbie. She did a very great introduction. And as she mentioned, the Walkways and Waterways project at Squires Landing Park will improve the natural open space and provide public access to the Sammamish River for both passive and active recreation use. And of the 7.25 acre project, 1.5 acres outlined in red in this picture here and is referred to as the conversion area by RCO. It includes improvements that will support active recreation, including the parking lot, restroom, walkway, and plaza. And again, these active recreation facilities were identified by RCO, and then we did the analysis of how to show them in the red outlined area and what that equals to an acreage.
Deputy Mayor has a quick comment or question.
A question on that map there. I'm trying to see, what is the parking lot made of? I was trying to figure it out from the legend, and I was squinting quite a bit trying to figure that out. What is the parking lot going to be constructed of?
It's going to be asphalt. And
did we look at any
yes,
impervious services or
yes,
other options?
And we cannot do impervious services because of the groundwater is too close. It is a conflict.
Wouldn't drain.
Yes, correct.
So what's happening with runoff from, I mean, I'm sorry, this is all kind of to the side
Yeah.
of our discussion today.
If I could hold those kinds of questions until after the presentation, because they're actually really not relevant to this topic. They're relevant to the park.
And I was just brought
project.
up because I was looking at this map. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Marshall. Okay, I'm sorry, Maureen, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is called the conversion area. It's 1.5 acres. So this is an aerial photograph, and what we're looking at here at the bottom of this aerial photograph is Squires Landing Park, with the conversion area outlined in red, similar to what you just saw in your image at a larger scale. It is on the RCO parcels that we're referring to that relate to the project and the deed restriction. For RCO to allow conversion or quote unquote development of this area and remove the restrictive covenant, the city purchased 4.8 acres of replacement property, and those are their terms. Outlined in yellow, the replacement property is located at 7637 Northeast 192nd Street. This 4.8 acre property is adjacent to over 14 acres of public natural open space within the Swamp Creek watershed. A wildlife habitat assessment was conducted at both the conversion area and replacement property to ensure that the replacement property was equivalent in habitat value of the conversion area. With over 3.5 acres of wetland on this replacement property, It is going to be preserved for wildlife habitat and be open for passive recreation use in the coming biennium. At the completion of the public hearing, there is a business item to request a motion in support of RCO's action to remove the restrictive covenant from the 1.5 acres at Squires Landing Park. This completes the presentation at this time.
Question. Tila, anybody wishing to be heard?
Yes, we have one person so far.
1 second before you go there, just was checking.
Okay.
So I declare the public hearing for the removal of the restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres at Squires Landing Park by the Washington State Recreational and Conservation Office, RCO, to complete the land conversion process in accordance with RCW 35A.21.4110. We'll declare the public hearing open. Will the clerk please call the first person?
Stacy.
Hi. First, I'm Stacy Valenzuela from Kenmore. I live down here on the Slough at Lakewood Villa. A couple things. I kind of object to the public hearing still continuing this late because a lot of people have gone to sleep since the meeting lasted so long. The other thing is that in regards to the covenant being removed, in all the discussions that we had talked and for numerous months have said, if not over a year, that we would like Squires Landing to stay in its natural habitat, and that the majority of people that responded to the 3 surveys about the area, the second item is that they wanted natural habitat and trails. It seems redundant for the city to then remove a covenant and literally kind of destroy the area with a plaza, a boathouse, and things of that nature in that area that is just so priceless. And it's such a treasure. There's so much wildlife that comes across the river right there in the Slough. And it's unbelievable that the turtles in the lagoon would be disturbed. The bucks would be disturbed. The nesting of the birds would all be disturbed in that area. The otters, the beavers, everything. And I think a lot of people, when they think that they want to be down on the river, part of that is because Dave Peterson's pictures that are all taken down there in that area of the river where the Slough meets. It's unprecedented. And then on top of that, the taking of the other area, it does not compare in that the animals are all down here in this area. The wildlife is down here. You cannot tell them, oh, now you have to go up to 192nd Street. It's not going to be the same. And we have a big chance to save the preservation and the habitat in that area. And I applaud Maureen for a lot of the efforts to do as much as she can in preservation, but she is taking direction from the council and the city manager. And I think it's important that that should not be another mainly boating area, since they have the boathouse and have that area on rhododendron, that this park should stay as natural as possible. And there's a way to do it to where you have more planking, save the majority of the forest and habitat there, and pull it back and not do as much. And I think it really can be done, and it could be done well. And this is another loss of a treasure in Kenmore, and one of the main reasons why a lot of people come here and want to stay, and why a lot of the people want to walk the trails, because we do see so much habitat. And I think with also doing all the log boom changes, that there is enough gathering places to where the plaza is not really necessary and all that forest can stay there and that habitat. So I hope you do the right thing and vote no to removing the covenant and exchanging the properties. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Elizabeth Mooney.
Mute. Can you see me? Can you
We
see
hear
me?
you.
I don't see me though.
We hear you.
It's easier to see me. Is that just not allowed?
No, it's allowed. Your
Yeah.
camera is off or something.
Jim, will you try to put me on? I think it's really important to see each other's faces at this time. Can you just turn on? Oh, can you just turn on? Yeah, it's because we were trying to view Tila's screen. Well, Jim, can you just go to my other laptop? Jim's going to try to get on. Go ahead, just raise your hand over there and I'll talk from my own computer. Thank you, everybody. In the meantime, I mean,
Yeah, we do need to get this going.
yeah. Go ahead, start it, because I was on City Council coffee the other day with the other council members, and I really appreciate it. And because Stacy Valenzuela was on, I was able to hear more of what she was saying. And because Phyllis Finley was on earlier, I was able to understand that in our focusing this last few weeks on trying to comment mostly about the egregious action of the Cadman asphalt plant, which affects the wildlife, by the way, and the plants, we just didn't focus on a really important issue, which is Squire Landing. Squire Landing was given to us. That was one of the things that Cleve Stewart worked on. Eric Admin, you know, and a lot of us helped start another nonprofit besides PERC and Snow King Watershed Council. And the treasure that we were given in all of its raw habitat was Squire Landing before it even had a name. You know, we have a name now that I'm hoping will have a change into more of a Native American name. Something that honors the habitat. Everything that Stacy was saying reminded me that we need to get back to why this evolved into thinking that we need a parking lot everywhere. We don't need a parking lot everywhere. We need to save the habitats for bringing back the animals that we've lost, bringing in educational entities and like Audubon and saying, look, we've got this whole acre that we can turn into a more creative way. Look up at places like Tom Murdoch at Adopt-A-Stream. That if we lose it, we don't get it back. And if we are going to be the stewards that I think Kenmore should be of our environment, you cannot remove restrictive covenants. It's just such a baseline bottom bad idea from the beginning. It does make sense to get a grant to purchase the property that you are thinking of trading. That is fantastic. And I will always support that. But if you just get excuses for mitigating and, you know, at least I see that you're trading, but I believe everything that Stacy said. I don't know her well, but she is saying the right things, and we should look back at why this happened. We had bundled together sidewalks, parks, you know, I forget the name of it. I'm sorry, you can tell me what it was, and we all voted for it, but we bundled it together. Now let's select it out and carefully consider what we need to do to be the stewards of the North Lake Washington ecosystem. We have the opportunity to rethink it and certainly not use asphalt in an area, according to Maureen, and I'm just learning this, but if it's that close to Swamp Creek's water table, you know, there's a better way to do it. Work with the Burke Museum, but be at the end proud of what we've done at Squire Landing. we can walk to Squire Landing. I don't know about the issue about boating, but I think that's probably a valid point. We've got a really great system happening with boating, and thank you, Sherry Baker, for doing that. But what else is there that we don't have that has to do with what she's talking about? Turtles, birds. What about the marbled murrelet that needs to have old growth land? What about the habitat that, if you look at the contiguous habitat up to to St. Edward Park, if you just cut down and pave, people, it just doesn't seem like the leader that we want to be for the future, in my opinion. And at least taking a little longer to consider it and getting it out to the people to have a longer conversation, bringing in the nonprofits, bringing in the people from One Bothell at the Wayne, David Bain over at Wayne Golf Course. He's a friend. We can access him. The people in Lake Forest Park at this Lake Forest Park Stewardship Foundation. Don't give up the piece that you found, but let's find the money to keep that also and turn that into another environmental education area. But it doesn't need to be a parking lot made with asphalt. That is just insult to injury, especially in this meeting. It's really sad to think that asphalt would take up an acre instead of the woods.
Thank you for your comments. Dakota Rash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, I'll begin. My name is Dakota Rash. I'm a resident of Kenmore. Thank you, Council, for your attention and your stamina for paying attention to this long conversation. I think it's all very important. I'll be honest and say that I don't have as much knowledge about what's going on here, and I'm frankly disappointed in myself that I didn't know more about this. Because just by seeing the map, this sends up immediate red flags for me. Almost even more so than asphalt facility, because that is something that is gradual, but this is an immediate replacement. Not to take away from the previous subject, but so all that to say, I don't know what authority you have here, and I haven't studied the site explicitly, but I do have a couple comments. The first is that in my studies of ecology and in environmental law and in everything, it's come to my understanding, at least, that the world of ecology, especially those who are environmentally minded, and even those who aren't, really are starting to move away from the illusion of mitigation off-site. It seems initially very acceptable. You're trading one piece of land for the other, but it just doesn't really seem like a thing, because the animals that are on that site, the growth that is on that site isn't somewhere else, they're there. And so while you may feel good about protecting land for land, you're not just talking about land, you're talking about everything that inhabits that land and the things that land does. This land looks like it's right on a major waterway. That gives me major concerns. And then just to echo what the previous two commenters said, you can't get pieces like this back once you develop it. That's a given. And we're in the midst of a climate crisis. And it may seem like every small bit of land might not be important, but it's the overarching attitude of can we keep chipping away at things like this? Can we keep trading land for land and doing offsite mitigation that leads us into the problem we have today with the climate crisis? We need to take everything, we can't take anything for granted. We need to treat every essential environment as sacred. That may seem like a bleeding heart big ask, but it's really important. So please at least give this very careful consideration. I know that I have confidence that you all will. You have shown yourself to be very considerate individuals in the past, and I have confidence that you will continue to be. So thank you for your time, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you for your comments. Emily Burnham.
Hi, I spoke earlier and I just want to dovetail onto Dakota and Stacy Stacy, I'll just go with Stacy. Their comments. This seems just like an ongoing theme throughout this whole evening. with concerns that kind of relate to what we've been talking about from the beginning. Upon looking at that map of the removal of the protection covenant, it's encroaching on the rookery that is remaining in Kenmore, and herons are a protected species. They're also diminishing from human noise, activity. I can only imagine construction and plowing down of this habitat that has spent 100 years getting to be sustainable for these indigenous creatures is going to drive the last of this rookery, the flock of herons away, which then means that Kenmore has to change their logo because we have some herons displayed on that. But I feel the same as before. I wish there was like a longer forum that we could talk about some of these facts in depth so that we weren't rushing through them. But again, I would shadow the response of how outrageous it is that asphalt is going to be used again on a watershed where the parking lot and the oils from the cars will affect the streams and rivers and migrating, returning salmon, etc. We're also, one thing we should learn from this current, the past smoke that we had in the last couple weeks is the connectivity of everything. And it's not just about, like I said before, it's the trees are an icon, but it's not just the trees, it's the biodiversity that each of the levels of the trees and in going down underground, what they offer as far as the ability for us to thrive, because these creatures that we may or may not see thrive. Adding to that, the diversity of protected species of birds. I know that all but the pigeons and the blackbirds are protected. I know that there's a watershed protection agency, and I'm just wondering how are these things protected but overlooked when we're planning the city? Again, why do we need so many cars? Can we plan for more pedestrian activities instead of just knee-jerk response to cars? That's all I'll add right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Phyllis Finley.
Phyllis Finley Kenmore. In reviewing the documents attached to the agenda, it looks as though this is a done deal. The replacement property has already been purchased. I'm kind of wondering what the purpose of this public hearing is, other than the city can now check the box off that they had a public hearing. Is there a restrictive covenant on the replacement land that will preserve it as wildlife habitat in perpetuity? Wouldn't it be egregious if in the future it became the perfect property for the city's new public works facility? I oppose any future off-site mitigation measures. I hope that in the future, when bond measures such as walkways and waterways are discussed, that the city will be forthcoming from the beginning about the environmental impacts that will unfold. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rose.
Hello again, Rose Hendricks, live in Kenmore. I'll keep this brief. Like a previous commenter said, I don't know to what degree this is actually changeable at this point, so I'm not sure what the point of the hearing was, but except that it's required by law. Fragmentary habitat is less than the sum of its parts, and offshore mitigation might be equivalent for the watershed, but it's not equivalent for the wildlife. And I'm if this is changeable at this point, I would strongly prefer that it be changed and readdressed to have at least a continuous piece of protected land with the incredibly valuable wetlands that are being proposed to be converted. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jay Riemann.
Mute. Let's try unmute.
Joey,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I commented earlier. So this is kind of new to me, but I will say that this past weekend we went to the peninsula. We went to the Hoh Rainforest because that's where those trees are. That's where that environment is. That's where you can only see moss hanging on trees like hair. And it is amazing and it is beautiful. And when we can't go to the peninsula, we go down to the wetlands. And we go down to what we can only see in the wetlands. And to replace that, or to think that we can just pick it up and move it to somewhere else is not possible. It's impractical to think that to swap out one piece of land for another is going to be the same. We can't pick up the whole rainforest and just move it over into Kenmore, just as much as we can't pick up the wetlands and the heron and all the birds and the turtles and all the wet light and just everything that is there, and just pick it up and move it to the peninsula or to the Sahara Desert. We can't move these things. And as much as you've just heard us all pleading about the asphalt and to lay it down so close to these protected areas that my family loves to go and see. And now that the air quality is somewhat decent, we can go and visit again and explore it and talk about how the environment works and how the decaying of one thing brings life to new. And if you put asphalt on that, you can't regrow from asphalt. We all know this. And it's very disheartening and very upsetting to find that as much as we say that Kenmore is beautiful, we're wiping it away. We're paving over it. And it's heartbreaking. And I am vastly disappointed in that this is even being a conversation, that we're even talking about paving over someone's home. These creatures, they don't understand movement. If we pave over where they nest, they don't find somewhere else to go. They die. They don't reproduce the way that humans can just pick up and move to another country. It doesn't work like that. We talk about in my family of how the Native Americans were stewards. And as we took their land, it became our job to become stewards. And what are we leaving? Why did we take this land if we're just going to pave over it? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Eric Admin.
Hi, this is Eric Admin. I felt obligated to speak because I have a lot of connection with and information about this particular parcel. So I live in Kenmore and I live adjacent to Swamp Creek Wetland number 3, which is a 92-acre contiguous wetland, one of the largest contiguous wetlands remaining on Swamp Creek. I'm the president of the Snow King Watershed Council. Elizabeth Mooney mentioned my name earlier. I'm also the president of the board of the Adopt a Stream Foundation. I've been involved with the Squires Landing Park parcel for years. In fact, I wrote a grant along with Cleve Stewart to the Salmon Recovery Funding Board for restoration at the mouth of Swamp Creek at Squires Landing Park. And I'm also familiar with the conversion proposal. Maureen Kola-Eatsy consulted with me to find out my opinion and if Snow King Watershed Council would have any opposition to the proposal. So I'm quite familiar with both the project being proposed as well as the land that's being converted. I'll say that Elizabeth, Stacy, Dakota, Phyllis Finley, and others all made very, very good comments. And in particular, I think Phyllis Finley's comment about that the timing of the hearing probably should have been before it is essentially a done deal was a very appropriate comment. But I'll say that in general, I'm actually in favor of this proposal. I think that there is more than just pavement associated with the Squires Landing Park proposal. There is a restoration component associated with it. And the 5 acres, which is being converted, 3.5 acres of wetland, is directly contiguous with Swamp Creek Wetland number 3, which again is one of the largest intact wetlands on Swamp Creek. I'm envisioning it when it's done as being a place that people can access like they do Wallace Swamp Creek Park. And it's a place where people can access and appreciate nature. And I think it will also contribute to the city's ability to provide some stewardship at the site, which they're required to do in the restoration area. So I do think that the comments that everybody's made are extremely valid. I think that there is a cost to disturbing the wildlife and making that parking lot. But at the same time, in my opinion, I think that the net benefits of the project do outweigh the downside. And I think there is a restoration and stewardship component associated with it. So I appreciate very much all the remarks that everybody's made. These are just my opinions, but I wanted to share them because I am so familiar with the site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. No one else has signed up to speak.
Anybody else wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard on the removal of the restrictive covenant?
Yes, we do have another hand.
All right.
Nancy Hansen.
There, I'm unmuted. So am I on now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just wanted to explain just real quickly about a watershed project where I lived within the watershed in Kitsap County 5 years ago, and about 20 years was there. And it got together as a project to be inputted into the Growth Management Act as the requirement. And the Minter Creek watershed extends from Pierce County way up into Kitsap. It's huge, and I don't know the number of miles it extends to, but it has 2 state-run salmon hatcheries within the watershed. Anyway, the stakeholders, and I was on that committee of stakeholders, and all of the county people got together on this, and that whole watershed now is going to be used for wildlife, for bike trails, for a wildlife corridor, and the salmon hatcheries, private oyster farms, and regular farming. And there's an old airport that is being converted to hangars used for local only business, and food place to take farm goods, that kind of thing. And there's a private forest. So I just, people are doing some different things. I'm pretty surprised when I've come over here that you aren't really respecting land like people understood more there. I worked in the schools, and the children understood the value of our wetlands next door, where I started the salmon in the school, and we went over and emptied the salmon out in this privately owned, reconverted wetland area. And the kids all understood this, but I think living in the city, it's harder. And I think we need to start thinking more in terms of supporting natural areas, you know, and it's hard here, but I like all of the comments that I heard tonight. It makes you feel like you're out outside and seeing the turtles and all of that. So thank you very much for everything. And this community is wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, anybody else wishing to be heard on the removal of the restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres of Squires Landing Park by the Washington Park, by the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, RCO, to complete the land conversion process in accordance with RCW 35A.21.410.
I see that Elizabeth Mooney's hand is raised, but I know
She's already been heard.
there were two people using that computer,
Yes.
so I think we should see if it's
Yes.
Mr. Myers.
We can see if it's Jim, yes.
Jim? Mr. Myers?
Jim wrote a note.
Elizabeth, you've already had your 5 minutes.
It was Jim's note.
Then Jim can come on and read it himself. You've already had your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Wait, he's coming. Okay.
Is the clock running?
It's okay. It just was a scientific comment about mitigation.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Patrick O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, hello?
Yes.
I guess I'm on.
We can
Good.
hear you.
All right, great. Pat O'Brien, Kenmore. I am a strong advocate for leaving the acquired parkland in its natural state. I am vehemently opposed to having asphalt parking lots next to the slough. Even concrete ones are objectionable. I would like to see a crushed rock parking lot if you must, but I think the whole idea of these lands to be placed in a reserve is to limit human activity there. And like the Tongass Park in Ketchikan, Alaska, or various places that have boardwalks, I would favor that over any other sort of a trail that keeps people on off the surface, creating mud and other pollutants. So a boardwalk, I wouldn't do any of the parking plan that you guys have, and I would leave the grasses that are there. They may not be indigenous, but they're certainly serving a purpose for the wildlife that are there. It's cover from hawks and eagles, and of course we have herons in the area. But if we really cared about herons, then we'd be doing more to preserve the low lighting conditions that could be prevalent along the slough. And we have commercial enterprises that have lights on all night long, and that goes to people that have been here for a long time that are to the east of Lake Point. They have put up LED lights over the last year and a half, and that's an extremely bright area, as is the area where they've put all the gravel for the asphalt plant production. They've got a huge portion of the Lake Point property now illuminated at night, and the storage shed. And birds do travel at night to get down to the water. I know it'd shock a lot of people, but it's something that they do to go feed at night. So let's not get all carried away because somebody has given us some money to do something that makes us look more like Kirkland Parks, Bellevue Parks, and everything else. Let's actually try to preserve the natural setting that's there and limit the human impact by not creating man's idea of, oh geez, we got to have more parking lot, add some parking lot, up some more asphalt. So that's my general idea. I think I'd also like to see some of the $600,000 that was spent on the rowing facility down there. I'd like to see that administered in different ways. I think the original idea of a skate park enhancement would have served more people. So if we have these resources, let's make sure that we get people that, well, especially our youth, need something to do, or they'll tend to find something to do that may not be good. That's all I know. You guys are really putting in the extra effort there. It's pretty late, so I'm going to leave you with 1 minute and 12 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Anybody else wishing to be heard on the removal of restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres at Squire Landings Park by the Washington State Park Recreational Conservation Office, RCO, to complete the land conversion process in accordance with RCW 35A.21.410. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard on the removal of the restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres at Squire Landings Park? If not, I declare the public hearing closed. Next item on the agenda is the removal of a restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres at Squire Landing Park by the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, RCO, to complete the land conversion process in accordance with RCW 35A.21.410. Is there any questions? Any comments, any questions? We've got a screen that's still being shared. If we can get rid of that, please. Councilmember Herbig, Councilmember Srebnick, and then I believe Councilmember Curtis. And that's all I can see until the screen has stopped being shared.
I apologize. Is that my screen?
Yes.
So from my side, I stopped sharing that screen when the public comment occurred.
Okay, let me see what I can do here.
I'm not seeing a shared
Okay,
screen.
we got it. We got it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I just have a couple follow-up questions for staff. I wanted to find out what the stormwater and runoff treatment looked like for the parking lot. I wanted to find out if any heron rookeries were being affected by this project. I don't believe that's the case, but I just wanted to confirm that. And if the replacement land is going to have the same sort of restrictive covenant put on it and protect it into perpetuity.
I'm going to let Maureen speak to the surface water requirements and the details of that. There is no impact to the heron rookery, and yes, there will be a restrictive covenant placed on the purchased property. And I also want to clarify that the reason for purchase of the property is to allow conversion of the 1.5 acres. It is not being purchased for off-site mitigation. That is incorrect. All project mitigation for the Squires Landing Walkways and Waterways project is occurring on site. And I'd like to let Maureen speak to your first question regarding the surface water provisions.
If it would be okay to share my screen, Mr. Mayor, is that okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the presentation. I can pull it up and then, okay, so you guys can see the image there. To answer your question, first of all, it is a requirement that regardless of the material of the parking lot, whether it be asphalt, concrete, crushed gravel, whatever that surface would be, it has to be treated. And so that treatment occurs underneath the actual parking lot. And then once that occurs, and I'm hoping you can see my cursor, can you see it? Okay. So it essentially is going to be then, cleaned, because we're required to clean all of the oils from the water. Once that occurs and it's cleaned, then it gets piped, and then it gets piped to this basically north end of the lagoon. There is, and this is work that we've been doing with both Department of Ecology, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Army Corps of Engineers, Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, and also our surface water team, because we have to meet both environmental regulations and the stormwater manual requirement regulations. And the best solution to make sure we're trying to meet both of those kind of agency needs is that we bring the water in and we dissipate it as it comes through here, and we're doing a huge planting where the water dissipates through the natural landscape. It's all going to be natural habitat before it reaches the lagoon. There were other alternatives that we investigated, but this was the most ecological and meets both the stormwater requirements and the regulatory agency requirements that were put upon us. Basically, we have to dissipate the water before it gets to the river, and they didn't like, and they don't like direct discharge, which is what the stormwater manual requires. And so we're going through a variance for the stormwater manual in order to do this other process.
Kind of like a rain garden or something.
Exactly, that's what it does. It from a pipe, it then gets dissipated through gravel, has to be dissipated on a surface that will allow the water to slowly move across it. But we're building in a lot of native habitat that was recommended to us by both Muckleshoot Indian Tribe staff and the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
Any other questions here? Councilmember Shrubnik, then Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, Maureen, I think this is a question for Maureen. So thank you for the really clear presentation. I know that we are, purchasing 4.8 acres, and that is for the 1.5 that would be developed. It's for the conversion of the use, not for mitigation. But can you clarify about what acreage is being restored on the Squires property?
Yes.
Relative to that 1.5? Yeah.
Yeah, I think when I presented, I said, the total project area is 7.25 acres. I think of that, about an acre is not having anything done to it. So it's kind of just not in the picture. And 1.5 acres is developed, and the rest of the acreage, which is approximately 4.2 acres, is going to be basically habitat restoration, both upland. And I want to clarify, the parking lot is not in a sensitive area. It's outside of the wetland buffer. So it means it's a completely upland. And so that's why it's located where it is, in order to keep it out of the, sensitive areas, so that we didn't have to mitigate for that. And then the area kind of between, this is gravel path, all of this is going to be then basically native trees, and everything that is native habitat will be maintained, and we'll be removing invasive species and planting natives in order to do that upland area restoration. And then the rest of it, if you see kind of this, it kind of like follows that fence line and this fence line, everything below that fence line is wetland buffer. And we're doing wetland buffer restoration enhancement. In addition, we're actually creating wetland. And a part of that is also because we are having to do some impacts in this area. And so we have to create wetland. And how we're creating wetland is there's currently over an acre of mounded blackberry and on fill, likely from either work that was done on the Sammamish River or creating the lagoon itself. We don't know the answer to that. But we are removing that fill, removing that blackberry, and we're creating wetland. And that's all been reviewed on the land use process. Army Corps is, in the process of finalizing their permits. And then I didn't really even speak to the in-water restoration work that we're doing. You can kind of see this level of work. These are all large woody debris, and it's creating habitat along the river in order to, Swamp Creek, in order to provide a respite or a place for salmon, juvenile salmon to have a respite on their journey. And that's called habitat benches. And then in addition to that, as Eric Admin had spoke to, there is a whole restoration project that Adopt a Stream and the Watershed Council participated in that we are also going to be maintaining and helping to improve. And we're incorporating all of that into a big stewardship plan that does require us to maintain over 10 years. And we will need participation from the community on volunteer efforts as well. For that, in addition, that stewardship plan will also include the 4.8 acres that's off-site, and we will be doing restoration on that piece of property as part of the effort to maintain what's happening in the Swamp Creek watershed.
I have one very small follow-up question, and thank you very much for that. That was an excellent response. It's much more thorough and helps us understand. But the one small follow-up is about the parking per se. Did we do like an analysis of how many stalls? I can't remember how many stalls. I'm just wondering whether, for example, we looked at whether, 4 or 5 load unload plus some disabled parking stalls for people with disabilities would suffice, given that they're 175th does accommodate a lot of street parking. So just for example.
So Debbie might have to speak to something that occurred before 2017 when I was hired during the conceptual phase. I'll let her to speak to that, but I'll speak to what we've been doing since then.
I have nothing to add. So I think we did take a look at having the minimal amount of parking to serve public access and to serve people recreation needs to access a park, and also for if they had trailers with a hand carry watercraft on. I don't remember the number of stalls. I don't have that level of detail. Maureen does.
It's about 30 to 33 spaces, and we've reduced that in order to save mature trees in the parking lot. We reported to council on that when we presented the 60% design in February. That is something that we'll continue to do. We want to maintain as many mature trees as possible that are native. And the reason why, again, I think Debbie spoke to it, the middle section of the parking lot does contain the area for people who are wanting to bring a boat into the water, hand carry boat, and be able to put into the floats or into the hand carry access point. And it has been studied, this has been studied. We've looked at it in terms of, transportation impacts, and we're meeting all of those requirements. So, and it's always been proposed as an asphalt surface. We did look at the porous options, and as I mentioned earlier in answering questions earlier, we are not able to achieve that because the groundwater is too close and it doesn't function correctly. So the way I described the stormwater removal and cleaning that before it would be dissipated and into the lagoon is the solution that we came up with, regardless of the surface. We would have to do that.
Councilmember Marshall.
And I apologize. Was it the Muckleshoot tribe that was consulted, and they are and
Yep.
they approve?
Yeah, they have a biologist that reviews projects that occur, and they basically provide their feedback to the Army Corps of Engineers, and they consult. The Army Corps of Engineers consults with them, but we meet with all of those agencies I had mentioned in our previous presentations with you all, that process of reviewing regulatory agency comments has been ongoing since 2017.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember O'Kane, then Councilmember File.
First, Ms. Kolaisi, I really appreciate the details and preparation you brought to this meeting and the work that's taken place here. There's a part of me, and I just have to say this now, it's like sometimes you just go, wow, the importance of public input and feedback and comment. And it's been a long night. So I see so much good happening with this project. And my understanding is that this is about, I mean, we've made our decision related to the parking lot already. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, you have reviewed the design through basically 60 to 90%. We gave you an update.
Yeah.
How long was it? It was in July that we provided you an update on the 90% design. That's when I spoke to a lot of changes that occurred from 60 to 90 from February until July.
That was my understanding. So I just want to be clear, and we're talking about this covenant here. And it's what we're talking about here today doesn't impact that space that we're talking about, the parking lot. It's
correct.
Okay. I can say this, and I do need to, and I just have to say to the citizens who've commented, I've heard your comments, and the concerns you raised are precisely why I ran for public office. At the same time, I have very good faith in our city's decisions and study. I've learned over I guess I'm going on 9 months here, the commitment that our city's had to the environment. So I have good faith in what you've proposed here. And Eric Adman's comments are incredibly meaningful, given his work with establishing the Snow King watershed, for that matter. I'm going to say it's a late hour, and you answered my question, but I'm just going to say it's a late hour, and I would be comfortable postponing the vote if others are, because I want to give this vote with a full heart. And just a bit of rest. I do recognize your good work, and I see what the long-term plan is, but it's getting late, and so I just needed to share that with the council and you. So thank you.
Ms. Bent, you had your hand there.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I did want to say that there has been a significant public outreach effort on the Squires Landing Walkways and Waterways project since 2015. And it has been known since 2015 that there would need to be a process to convert part of that land, and we would need to work with RCO. That has been known, that has been brought up in the public outreach process, in the public open houses, and as I mentioned in the introduction, there was a specific public outreach effort in 2019 to ask the public specifically about comments on the conversion process and the properties that the city could purchase for that 1.5 acre conversion. So there has been a lot of public outreach, and it is the public hearing tonight. Yes, it is a procedural requirement, and one of those requirements we need to meet to sort of meet all the RCO procedural requirements. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Just for public transparency, I've attended a few meetings with public members and took a tour of Squires Landing a few weeks ago. And I have followed this project along for years. I've watched it advance and flourish. I see real benefits for the habitat and land preservation that will, give back to our community for years to come. And while growing hopefully our salmon habitat, which is so important. And if we could go back and talk about materials, I hope that I understand that crushed gravel is no longer an option. I would hope that we could choose a material other than asphalt. But otherwise, this is a good design. It's going to really do good for our community in the long term. And I'm really impressed with the city's thoughtful actions over the years on the continuation of this project. And it will be nice to see it come to fruition. So thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
I was just going to make a motion to accept the removal of a restrictive covenant from 1.5 acres of Squires Landing Park by Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office to complete the land conversion process in accordance with RCW 35A.21-410.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, discussion. Maureen, I've got a quick question for you. There's 4.6 acres in total that we're talking about here?
I apologize for what? For the conversion area?
Park, the walkways and waterways bond issue, that part of the park that we're going to be working with.
It's 7.25 acres total.
And the total park size is 45 acres, is that correct?
43, basically,
okay.
Approximately, yeah.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who spoke during public comment. I appreciate your passion and everything you brought to that. This is a project that we've been working on council going back to 2015, as staff said. We had a ton of public involvement as we put together the walkways and waterways bond measure because we wanted to ensure that what we proposed for the ballot was what Kenmore residents wanted. And as Maureen pointed out, we've also reviewed this project multiple times at past meetings over the last couple of years as the project has, as design has moved forward. Access to the water's always been a hugely important priority for Kenmore residents. Squires is a prime place to access the Spanish River, as we've seen with the popularity of the Tweet property that we added to Squires a few years back. I would have been fine doing this project without a parking lot. I'm not a huge fan of parking lots in general, but at the end of the day, it was included in the package sent to voters. Kenmore voters approved the package with over 64% of the vote. I think we owe it to our residents who are involved in the public outreach and who voted for this overwhelmingly to move forward with this at this time. It's a good project. We're taking uplands property, and in return, we are protecting 2 or 3 times as much wetlands property further upstream from this. This is going to be a very popular thing when it's done. It's going to be used by a ton of people, and it's going to allow access in there in a way that isn't really accessible now, and will be done in a thoughtful way with the boardwalks through most of the paths in an environmentally sensitive way. It's not perfect, but nothing is perfect. But I think we owe it to folks to move forward with this, so I'll be voting in support.
All right, Councilmember Marshall.
I agree with council members Herbig and File. I mean, initially, I definitely would have revolted in favor of the natural environment at any time of a parking lot being put up anywhere near an environmentally sensitive area. No question about it. And generally, I think we have got to preserve way more of our natural areas for natural use rather than active. However, the Walkways and Waterways project did pass, so the vote did pass. The improvement at what's now called Squires Landing was in there and was explicitly at least mapped. Probably the particulars weren't all known to the extent perhaps people could have educated themselves to do it. As in any situation, I'm not faulting the city staff on that, but I just see that this has an overall does have an overall environmental benefit, and honoring that vote on the active recreation. I don't feel that it's my place to second guess that now, even though I would like to, but I think it is something to be honored, and I am very impressed with the city staff in putting together the detail, and especially the habitat restoration coordination and the rest of it, which I think is going to be outstanding and result in that benefit. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, there's a motion in front of us to support the Washington State Recreation Conservation Office, our CEO, to remove the restrictive covenant from the 1.5 acres at Squires Landing Park. There is a motion, there is a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Mayor Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
I just want to make a comment before stating my, may I, or am I
Point of
done?
order.
Is
A
that done?
discussion, point of order,
Just go.
Chair. Yeah.
Okay, I just needed to ask. Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Pass. 7-0.
All right. Next item on the agenda is staff report.
Mayor Baker, as you may know, serves as an advisory board member for Harborview Medical Center. And last council meeting, I believe he briefly brought up the desire for us to bring forward a resolution to consider supporting the ballot measure that they have in November. And we've been working on it, but then I thought, oh, wait, time out. I need council direction before I work on something like that. So do you want me working on something like that? And you want me to bring it in front of you for you to consider whether to support the Harborview Medical Center bond measure? And
Hold
that
on.
means we'll probably have to sacrifice other things this week in order to work on it.
Okay, so I'm so sorry, Rob, I have to interject. So state law actually requires that for the council to take a, I don't want to say final action, but to even direct you to bring this, they would have to have a vote. And if they had a vote on it, state law requires that there be public notice on the agenda and equal opportunity for conversation.
So how do they even get on the agenda at all then? Because we've done it before.
It's actually, I've been a part of a few past agendas. They just were put on the agenda by staff, but I was not part of a vote to get it onto the agenda. It would just, I drafted it myself per request. But there were resolutions both in opposition and in favor so that they got a vote on either one. So it wasn't a one way only.
All right, well, this wasn't in our work plan, and I'm going to assume that you guys want me to drop what I'm doing and defer other workload items to work on this, and it'll be on your agenda in a week.
I apologize. Thank you.
I'm seeing mostly heads shaking no, that you don't want me spending time on this. So I don't know what to do.
Well, okay, fine. Yeah, don't work on it.
Okay, that's all I have.
Point of order. I wasn't shaking my head no. I was looking at my other screen.
Okay.
All right, staff report,
That's it.
comments, reports, initiatives. Councilmember O'Kane.
First, Mayor Baker, I just want to thank you for bringing the moment of silence for Ruth Bader Ginsburg to the meeting this evening. I really appreciate that. It was very meaningful to me. I just really appreciate that you did that. I know that my mother was inspired by her, and I know that I wouldn't be here today probably if that weren't the case. So thank you. The next is I just have to say thank you to our community for coming forward and speaking today. I want to thank our city manager, Mr. Carl Lindsay, for inviting the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency to this meeting. He did that out of respect for the citizen comment and action that's been taking place in our city. And I just want to share that our community voices matter. It's our responsibility to stand and demand clean air. And I really appreciate you coming forward. I think our community does. And this is how we make change. This is not a short-term situation. It's a long-term one. And custody and care of our environment is something that we all must stand for. So I had a little bit more that I wanted to say, but it's been a long night. And I also want to comment on the Squires Landing agenda item that we had tonight. I do have faith in our city's work and the review that we've done over the course of the year since I've been here. And I just want to say that the comments made today, though, are things that I genuinely care about. But I do think the long-term restoration that's happening at Squires Landing merits the passing of that item. And I think that's enough for tonight, but thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, I wanted to see if we had consensus and/or move that we direct the city manager to ask Cadman if they'll let us test at their site in conjunction. Our city attorney our city manager in conjunction with our consulting with our city attorney.
Is that something we would second?
I thought we had consensus generally.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong?
No,
That's what I
you're
was just
right.
trying to confirm.
I think there is consensus. Yep. I think there is consensus. Yep.
Okay, great. And then the other thing I had was very quickly, city attorney, what are the parameters with public commentary? If a member of the public just looking forward, what are the limits? When can the city council say, okay, this has to stop?
I don't understand.
Personal insults?
Question. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like handing out the PowerPoint or, oh.
No.
I apologize. I may not be as familiar with your own rules of procedure. I know that the city manager identified them. I, in fact, am reviewing revisions to the rules, so I will be able to give you guys a much better response than I can right now.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Curtis.
I just have one item. Governor Inslee has declared this as Fall Prevention Awareness Week. So we get a whole week instead of just one day like we did last year. And
how'd you pull that off?
That's something I'm passionate about. So between, today's the first day. I'll be actually speaking at Close to Home on Thursday, doing a presentation on senior fall prevention. That's all I have.
Councilmember Srebnick.
I just want to thank the members of the public that turned out to provide comments. It's interesting when COVID started, of course, we had a couple months where we weren't meeting. And then after that, we've been having, and I originally thought it was a fluke, a lot of public comments. much more actually than we had before COVID. And I think it's because it's easier for people to participate, which is great. However, it does mean that we seem to be heading toward very, very long meetings.
Yes,
So
indeed.
I want us to consider either, staff begin to think about this, or we can consider it at the retreat if it's not that far away. And I hate to think about limiting our agendas, but some way to get back to a reasonable amount of time for a meeting, both for us, that's of course part of it, but also for the public, because I think it's kind of unfair to ask them to stay up till 11 o'clock as well. I know some of us start work at 6 or 6:30. So it's, so there's that piece. And I don't know if Councilmember Herwig is going to speak to this, but in terms of the Harborview bond, I mean, I'm certainly personally supportive of it, and I would think it'd be pretty easy for.
The lawyer's after you. You can't talk about it.
Well, what I was going to say was that I believe one of us has the ability to bring forward fairly readily the pro and con statements, but I could be wrong. Just if it were a staff time issue. So yeah.
No, that's very true. Council Member File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. First, I'll start with updates. I've attended a couple trainings, of course, in parliamentary procedure. It's always fun to get a fresh update and dive a little deeper. And I did attend a Smart Urban Cities presentation held by the University of Washington and promoted by the Sound Cities Association. And it was also attended by Janet Quinn. It was really powerful. It talked a bit about what we're experiencing COVID and related that across several states and across different continents. And some of that had to do with the ability to reduce contact and tracing. And so being able to sign in on an app when you're visiting a store or location, it's something very simple to do. And they did talk a lot about drone technologies. And there's been a new federal update and there's been a state update. So what was interesting is the ability to protect workers and be able to test water for diseased water or infestation, algae blooms, bacterial blooms. It's a great way to not have to tread somebody through dangerous situations and protect the worker. And the drones have different types of sensors, whether you use a camera or not. It was fascinating. It was fascinating that they could test air quality, that they could test for the coronavirus, for example. It was really good. So I'm looking forward to getting those materials, share those forward with you all. And I really appreciate the time everybody took tonight in deliberations. I think our meetings are going longer. They're packed tight. We do have more attendance, but we have more we're covering. So I'm all for improving opportunities for participation, but it's balancing, right? We have to balance. And today, at least, we were not silenced with our, we were not giving our consent by being silent to the air quality issues. And I'm really glad that we had Puget Sound Clean Air Agency here, that we all leaned into that discussion. And, former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg did say, if you're neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen to side with oppressors. So all for moving ahead. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So couple of things. One, I was looking through our council rules, and the mayor should have stopped Mrs. Price's comments. We don't have any rules about insults in particular, but it does say that all citizen comments should be directed to the chair. And I appreciate Councilmember Marshall stepping in. I was about to unmute myself and object also. But we do, at a minimum, we do have something saying that everything should have been aimed at the chair, not to another member of the public. And we might think about including something in there about personal attacks, because I don't think we have, just flipping through it really quickly, I don't think we have any language about that. Also, I hope that Mr. Abbey, who had some connection issues during the public comment, will email in his comments to council at ci_council@kenmorewa.gov. And then a third thing, because I feel bad that he was having audio issues. A third thing, Councilmember O'Kane was asking to speak about her vote while the vote was being taken. Under our rules for voting, council members will be allowed 1 minute maximum to explain their vote during the roll call. So if she had wanted to speak on her vote, she could have during the roll call. We don't have people do that very often, but that is there and something that we should be aware of. So anyway, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the public input. We do need to figure out how to stop before 10 more regularly, but I think we have been having some issues that have been bringing more people out, and it's been easier for folks to come out, so it's understandable. I think things will probably level off as we get more into a regular swing of things, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you.
Councilmember O'Kane, I saw your hand go up.
Oh, actually, I was just kind of shaking my head. I just, thank you, Deputy Mayor Herbrigg, for the comment about the 1 minute explanation. I appreciate it. The other thought I had, I think can wait, honestly, but thank you for opening the door, Mayor Baker. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, the only reason that I said something about not speaking and just voting is because Ann McFarland, that's what she always says. And we've been going by Ann McFarland's rules, even though this was old stuff that was printed in our procedures. And it probably should have been changed.
No, our rules of procedures trump Robert's.
True.
So,
yeah.
So anyway, if there's nothing further to come before the council, we are adjourned.
Thank
Night,
you, everyone.
everyone.